Hi, and welcome everybody to this discussion. It's really exciting for me to be here. I'm really happy to welcome you all. My name is Maeve. I was a co-founder of Rethinking Economics, which is a student-led movement to reform economics education, and I'm a pupil of John O'Neill's. And I was really flattered when he asked me to come and chair this session, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what we're going to be talking about. So we're going to be considering the impact of COVID and on an ecological economy, obviously, and thinking about it through the lens of class and livelihood. So we're going to be looking at how production in particular, and how it can be redirected in a more democratic way. We've got some incredible speakers today that are going to talk about, firstly, in the present context, the occupied factory in Milan, the RimaFlow factory, before moving on to talk about the Lucas plan. So without much further ado, I'm going to pass you on to Mario Pensera. He's currently employed as an assistant professor at the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and his work focuses on responsible research and innovation. He's a former engineer, and he's particularly interested in how technology shapes power structures and how technology can be used to create a more just organisation of society. And he's going to discuss the RimaFlow factory, or introduce a video that we've made about the RimaFlow factory. Just to let you know, the interview that we're going to watch from RimaFlow is in Italian. So our colleague Valeria is going to interject at times through the video and translate for us. So yes, I'm just going to hand you over to Mario now, and he will go into more depth.
Hello, hi, good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm really looking forward to the session and to have the opportunity to speak with the Lucas Plan people as well. So I will be very short. So this is my idea is to give just a short introduction of what RimaFlow is and what is the main points of interviewing. So the main content of the interview that we did last week. So what is RimaFlow? RimaFlow for me is a classical example of the disruption of a production unit that was pretty much efficient, actually. So you have a model that is quite common. So you have a company that is doing more or less well. In the case of RimaFlow, RimaFlow is the new name of the occupied factory. The original name was Maflow, which was a company that produced car components for big manufacturing like Mercedes, like Fiat, etc. in northern Italy, in Milan. So you have this company that is doing more or less well, so it's productive. There is a lot of know-how in the factory, so the very skilled workers that are able to produce like high quality components and mechanical part. And then you have a process of internationalization. So the company goes bigger and bigger. So they have they open factory all around the globe. And with internationalization, the financial part, so the financial component becomes dominant, as happened in many other cases. So in order to meet the need of the shareholders, the production is stopped and the process of restructuring is invoked. Of course, you can find all the classical, the cliche, that the factory is not productive. We need to increase profits. So they start the process of relocation. They start looking for potential other company that can acquire and then split the company in different departments that can be sold separately. So you have a quite classical model of relocation. Of course, in the case of the Maflow, the company board encounters a very strong opposition and resistance from the workers. So I don't want to enter into all the details and also the legal struggle that the workers went through. The important things to know is that at a certain point, the company and the factory in Milan is sold to a Polish entrepreneurs that promise to start a new industrial plant. This never happened. What's happened is that the Polish entrepreneurs and the company this guy was leading, basically remove all the equipments and all the machinery, the machines that the worker used to use to produce these car components, and ship them abroad. So that the factory basically virtually remain almost empty. And this is when the worker decide to occupy it with the help of a surrounding environment of activists, people from local leftist political parties and civil society organization. So the interview that you will see in a moment is a general overview of the history of the MAFLO that was relabeled as a MAFLO. Is for in Italian we use for example recycling. It's like RE in English, no, recycling, redoing, reframing the idea of the factory itself. So at the moment, the factory is a place that is empty in terms of machinery, so that they are not producing what they used to produce 10 years ago, 20 years ago, but it's a space in which different initiatives can grow. So they have a number of activities like a production of food processing, or they produce a specific vodka, antiseptic vodka, for example. They produce a specific liquor, spirits, and they host other activities, other productive activities. So this is a very short introduction. We can I hope that we can have the opportunity to answer some questions or start the debates about this example. And my last comment is that this is not an isolated case in Italy, especially in northern Italy and center Italy. We have a long tradition of cooperatives and cooperative and self-managed organization with alternative fortune. And some of them are still the democracy is still in the core of the organization. Some other, like the big cooperatives, especially in the region of Emilia-Romagna, have drifted away from their original democratic organization. But this is nothing new in Italy. So especially in the northern productive region, there are many cases similar that can be compared to the case of RIMAFLO. So I'll leave the floor to Luca Federici, who is the representative of RIMAFLO, and the interview. I don't know how you're going to show the interview. I think it's a YouTube link or a video.
Assieme al territorio, trovare una risposta alla nostra esigenza di reddito, al nostro bisogno di reddito. Importante considerare che tra i lavoratori e lavoratrici che fanno questa esperienza di autogestione, che decidono di entrare a occupare, c'erano pochissimi che avevano un'impostazione politica, di militanza. La maggior parte delle persone erano persone che erano non politicizzate, che avevano votato Berlusconi, che erano stati delusi dalla Lega, che erano stati delusi da tutta un po' la politica. Ma non c'era un sentimento antipolitico, c'era la volontà di riportare con la nostra azione, di far rivivere una politica che nascesse dal basso, che fosse in grado di rispondere alle esigenze delle persone. Allo stesso tempo si svolgevano delle azioni economiche, di lavoro, volte alla risposta dei propri bisogni. Quindi, diciamo, si è sviluppato anche qui un processo di acquisizione delle competenze per lavorare in autogestione. Si facevano assemblee all'inizio tutti i giorni. Noi abbiamo l'assemblea dei lavoratori e lavoratrici, è sovrana. No? Oggi siamo una cooperativa, ovviamente siamo evoluti, abbiamo utilizzato anche delle forme giuridiche per poter stare dentro il mercato, ma l'assemblea di chi lavora è sovrana e inizialmente facevamo assemblee informali, non quella della cooperativa. Oggi abbiamo una cooperativa e abbiamo anche degli obblighi, no? Di fare almeno un'assemblea all'anno, di avere un CDA, avere tutta una serie di aspetti formali, ma all'inizio facevamo delle assemblee, prima ancora di essere cooperativa, prima ancora di costituire, noi all'inizio abbiamo costituito un'associazione, poi una cooperativa, poi prima ancora facevamo delle assemblee tutti i giorni in cui ci si decideva che il da fare, si confrontava su come poter portare avanti il recupero dell'azienda e il recupero del lavoro. E quindi abbiamo aperto a territori, abbiamo deciso di provare a fare, non potendo più fare metalmeccanica, non avendo macchinari, i macchinari ci sarebbero serviti all'epoca per poter provare a fare altre cose, magari non i tubi per il condizionamento delle autovetture, ma magari qualcos'altro, o come capitale da vendere e per poi reinvestire in altre cose. Non li avevamo avuti, quindi abbiamo dovuto investire esclusivamente il nostro lavoro. Noi abbiamo investito il nostro tempo e il nostro lavoro, perché è quello che crea la ricchezza, e non il denaro, come invece ci vogliono far credere. Il denaro è solamente un mezzo, è il lavoro delle persone che poi crea la ricchezza e il valore, no? E quindi abbiamo deciso di investire questa cosa qua, mettendo a disposizione la fabbrica. Erano 30.000 metri vuoti e facendo manutenzione poi di quello, come già dicevo, si allagavano i tetti, e quindi abbiamo iniziato a prenderci cura della fabbrica. E queste sono state le prime azioni. Abbiamo fatto all'inizio, abbiamo fatto un mercatino dell'usato, abbiamo fatto tutta una serie, abbiamo fatto delle produzioni alimentari, no? Che poi oggi si sono trasformate in produzioni alcoliche. All'inizio facevamo la passata di pomodoro, abbiamo fatto tutta una serie di cose. Poi oggi siamo in una rete di altre esperienze di produzione simili alla nostra, la rete si chiama Fuori Mercato. Oggi la passata di pomodoro non la facciamo più perché la fanno delle esperienze pugliesi, e quindi si fa una sorta anche di pianificazione per far sì che tutte le realtà della rete riescano a poi avere una sostenibilità economica. Noi facciamo gli alcolici, ma facciamo molto altro. Oggi abbiamo un capannone in cui abbiamo delle attività artigianali, che è stata un po' l'evoluzione dal mercatino dell'usato. Oggi abbiamo un capannone in cui ci sono dei box, in cui ci sono degli artigiani che non erano lavoratori, che si sono aggiunti dopo al progetto, e quindi abbiamo allargato il progetto. Chiaramente questa nuova dimensione non ci permette di avere un'assemblea giornaliera. Man mano ci siamo strutturati per diciamo, fare assemblee meno frequentemente. Fino a poco tempo fa si faceva un'assemblea al mese, e oggi siamo in una fase di transizione, perché abbiamo tantissime attività. Abbiamo una mensa, abbiamo la produzione degli alcolici, abbiamo delle attività di logistica, abbiamo appunto delle attività artigianali, e quindi l'idea, anche se non è un'idea ad oggi, è qua su cui stiamo discutendo, l'idea è quella di costituire un coordinamento di delegati dei singoli gruppi di lavoro, no? Il gruppo di lavoro si auto-organizza, perché l'idea è il potere è nel lavoro. Chi lavora deve poter decidere chiaramente in maniera sinergica e coordinata con tutti, perché comunque il nostro progetto di recupero ha un'identità e una direzione politica che ci viene data dal percorso che è stato fatto, dal percorso vertenziale che ci ha portato a essere quello che siamo noi oggi. E anche perché il rischio di trasformarci come una delle tante, in Italia il movimento cooperativo è sempre stato molto forte, però oggi in Italia meccanismi di sfruttamento del lavoro più esacerbati sono all'interno delle cooperative. Allora questo è un segnale, non è perché c'è qualche mente malefica che pensa di costruire una cooperativa e poi dopo la trasforma, perché si è in un sistema che probabilmente ti porta verso questa cosa qua, porta a stravolgerti le tue, e allora è necessario dotarsi dei contrappesi. E quindi oggi siamo in una fase un po' di transizione, cioè da una logica assembleare in cui tutti c'eravamo, no? E in una logica in cui ci sono i gruppi di lavoro che sono padroni del loro lavoro, autogestiscono il lavoro, delegano delle persone che costituiscono un coordinamento delle attività che prova da una parte a ottenere una sostenibilità economica del progetto, ma dall'altra a mantenere la direzione politica. Questa cosa è, come dicevo, ancora una cosa che stiamo andando verso questa direzione, non è ancora compiuta, siamo in una fase ancora embrionale di questa cosa, c'è ancora chi dice no, dobbiamo fare l'assemblea, abbiamo bisogno di un coordinatore unico, una sorta di direttore generale, e personalmente io ritengo che questa cosa possa essere, diciamo, foriera di rischi, perché quando poi si dà a un'unica persona che abbia il compito di tenere insieme tutti i tasselli, si possono creare diciamo, delle distorsioni. Questo però è una mia opinione personale. Il gruppo, la linea un po' maggioritaria, diciamo così, anche se noi non votiamo mai, noi andiamo verso più la ricerca del consenso. Abbiamo votato chiaramente qualche volta in questi 7 anni perché non si riusciva ad arrivare a una definizione, ma veramente si contano sulla punta delle dita di una mano. Stiamo andando verso quella direzione, però chiaramente non siamo ancora tutti convinti di questa cosa, perché chiaramente abbiamo un percorso, no? E fino a prima avevamo una dinamica, oggi stiamo imparando, non siamo, cioè, pensare che è sufficiente fare un'assemblea al giorno, un'assemblea mensile per avere un livello di democrazia accettabile, dalla nostra esperienza non è così. Ecco. La democrazia va ricercata, i livelli di partecipazione vanno ricercati. All'inizio le persone non parlavano, ancora oggi, dopo 7 anni, si fa ancora fatica spesso ad avere una vera discussione, perché perché viviamo in una società che è patriarcale, una società che è razzista, cioè, e noi non siamo sulla Luna, noi abbiamo introiettato tutta una serie di meccanismi sociali.
Yeah, hi, thanks Ale for stopping the video. I'm Valeria and I will provide a short summary in English of the content of the interview. So we have selected 3 different parts of the interview, but the full interview with the translation will be available on YouTube. So if you are interested to have a look later on, you will have the link. So Mario asked how RIMAflow is now organized and how the decision process is taking place. And Luca explained that when they started the RIMAflow experience, they didn't have the ability and the technical infrastructure to rebuild the production process that they had before, because they just have basically an empty building. So what they decided to do was to invest on work that for them is what really generates value. So it's not at the capital, but it's at the work of people. So for that reason, they decided to invest on the local need and on the local abilities. So they developed a set of activities, for example, related to food production, second-hand market, and handmade product. And the main idea is to provide a space and a social infrastructure supporting the abilities and the working possibility of people. So after an initial settling down period, how it works is that usually the people that start working in RIMAflow, they start to contribute to the running expenses such as electricity and water, and also to contribute in a sort of collaborative way to the management of the building infrastructure. And inside RIMAflow, the decision process has evolved over time, because initially it was a quite of a small reality. So they had a meeting almost every day. But when they expanded, this was not clearly possible. So they had a sort of constant revision of the management process. And now there is a big discussion of how to do it better. And they are kind of arriving to a system where they are organizing a group based on the different working activity that they have, that they kind of self-coordinate themselves in line with the general approach of RIMAflow. But this is still like a sort of learning process that they have. And what they are trying to do is always to use a democratic approach. So they try to involve on compromise and debate more than on vote. They had some times where they had to arrive to a final vote instead of a compromise, but it's really like probably less than 10 times. So what happened is that they try to have a democratic process when they meet together and they discuss, and they arrive to a compromise between all the different people and reality working in RIMAflow. Alex, do you mind to show the second part of the video, please?
E volenti o nolenti li portiamo anche in fabbrica, tematizziamo certe cose, cioè la questione di genere, la questione, quindi le donne hanno più difficoltà magari a esprimersi, no? In assemblea, perché magari sono delle persone che hanno più polso, hanno, no? o comunque da sempre hanno avuto una funzione un pochino più lideristica, carismatica, e quindi fa un po' da sé che siano queste a dover poi prendere la decisione. Invece il tentativo è quello di provare a creare meccanismi di coinvolgimento, ma non sono dati, vanno costruiti, vanno tematizzati. La questione, cioè i ragazzi che lavorano con noi, Abdullah che viene dal Senegal, Ibra che viene dal Ghana, è chiaro che hanno più difficoltà di altre persone a parlare in italiano e quindi a esprimersi, no? E quindi magari se hanno un pensiero che magari non è proprio qualcosa di cui sono fermamente convinti, ma hanno un'idea, ok, sono più resti magari a intervenire, perché fanno fatica rispetto a uno come me che parla, no? Io generalmente vado a fare le presentazioni, quindi ho diciamo, no? un eloquio, parlo molto, anche a proposito. Ma
come avete risolto? Cioè, come state cercando di risolvere?
niente, proviamo, cioè si costruisce, si tematizza, fa che un po' la nostra condizione di povertà, per quanto riguarda le banche, ci ha dato una risposta lei, cioè nessuna banca ci avrebbe mai fatto un credito in occupazione, non avevamo soldi da investire perché il TFR non l'abbiamo investito per non renderci ricattabili, e quindi abbiamo fatto tutto con il nostro lavoro. Non abbiamo mai aperto una seria discussione sull'accesso alla tecnologia. In Argentina, come già dicevo, sì, perché ci sono più di 300 imprese recuperate, ed è tanto tempo, quindi sono radicate nell'economia e nei territori. E allora è chiaro che poi dopo, parlando, poi...
Yeah, so this second part of the video is focused on the discussion about democracy. So Mario asked what they learn in practical terms from this experience. How do they manage democracy internally? And Luca explained that democracy is something that needs to be built with discussion and compromise. So it's something that is evolving as with their experience. So the main problem that they have is that sometimes you have people that are really confident and they speak for other, and it might be quite difficult to involve some categories of people, like, for example, women or people that are not Italians. They, for example, work with people from Senegal or Ghana, so for them it's more difficult to speak Italian or to express their opinion, and there are also kind of cultural difference of how to express themselves with their political and working ideas. So what they try to do is to develop some kind of socio-political and economic debate that are not just focused on work, but they are much more enlarged in a way that all the people can try to say something and try to express their opinion. So it's a sort of constant process that don't involve just the working activity, but that involve much more the idea on society in a much more larger terms. So try to combine different socio-political and economic elements. An example of that is, for example, that they develop a spirit that is called Amaro Partigiano, that is an alcoholic drink that the name want kind of to highlight the importance of the historical anti-fascist movement that exists in Italy. And I think that is particularly important today, given the fact that there is an increasing socio-political rising of racism. So they try to combine this working related activity with socio-political and economic discussion in order to involve everyone in the debate that is taking place inside the experience. And Alex, do you mind to send the last part of the video, please?
Ultima domanda. Diciamo per il panel di Manchester, cosa può insegnare la vostra esperienza nella situazione che stiamo vivendo con il Covid? Perché io so che lavorate con il carcere, fabbricando mascherine. Come pensi il paradigma della fabbrica democratica legata al territorio si possa innestare in questa nuova realtà, nuova normalità? E se ci racconti brevemente, brevissimamente, come è nata questa iniziativa delle mascherine?
Non solo le mascherine, ma quando siamo andati in lockdown abbiamo deciso di chiudere le attività lavorative per conservare e comunque di mettere a disposizione di chi volesse la fabbrica per rispondere in maniera solidale alle problematiche del territorio, quindi produzione di mascherine, ma non solo, distribuzione alimentare. Come già dicevo, noi siamo dentro una rete che si chiama Fuori Mercato, che mette assieme piccoli produttori con chi distribuisce e con i consumatori, per democraticamente definire il soddisfacimento dei nostri bisogni. E quindi durante il lockdown la solidarietà è stata la risposta che abbiamo dato noi come fabbrica. Noi non so se Remaflo possa insegnare qualcosa, ma senz'altro posso dire che i meccanismi di solidarietà sono quelli che fin da subito hanno permesso a lavoratori e lavoratrici espulsi dal mondo del lavoro di farsi un reddito, di stare a galla, di riacquistare una dignità che gli era stata sottratta in nome del profitto. E quindi volgere le proprie forze alla solidarietà, alla cooperazione, alla collaborazione è stato il meccanismo vincente. No? Quindi ecco, quello che mi sento di dire è quando c'è un problema, di non chiudersi e dare la colpa a chi sta peggio di noi, ma di aprirsi, andare a cercare le persone che hanno altri problemi simili o ben peggiori dei nostri e assieme provare a risolverli, no? Sia da un punto di vista economico, ma anche da un punto di vista sociale. Un po' è stato quello, le mascherine è venuto un po' da sé, le cose, è venuta la possibilità, che è un'associazione che si chiama Catene Movimento, che produce abiti anche di bellissima fattura, di chiedere a loro di aiutarci nella produzione delle mascherine. Ma come dicevo, non sono solo le mascherine, è proprio una logica, un sistema di come si affrontano i problemi. Quindi ci mettiamo assieme e cooperiamo e collaboriamo, non in modo competitivo, ma in modo collaborativo alla risposta dei nostri bisogni. Io credo che sia questo l'elemento di rottura, no? Una società iperautomatizzata, una società in cui quello che si associa, quello che si, diciamo, che si sente, che passa è devi competere per emergere, perché in questo modo starai meglio tu e poi se tutti lo fanno, se no la competizione genera macerie, genera povertà. Invece noi è un'altra cosa, se c'è un problema bisogna provare tutti assieme a trovare un modo per risolverlo e per starci dentro tutti, non per escludere. E questo io credo che sia non un insegnamento, ma diciamo una consapevolezza che abbiamo, ecco, che possiamo dire e passare alle persone. Quando si tratta di fabbriche recuperate è difficile individuare dei modelli, no? Dei manuali per cui si debbano seguire delle linee, perché ogni situazione ha le sue peculiarità. Però ci sono delle idee di fondo, delle direzioni che si possono prendere e che possono essere, diciamo, che possono portare a risultati incredibili. Noi siamo partiti rompendo Luccheto, entrando in una fabbrica abbandonata e tutti si pensava che ci avrebbero buttato fuori da lì a qualche giorno, e 7 anni che lavoriamo in autogestione, abbiamo vinto una delle più grandi banche europee, perché Unicredit ha una dimensione internazionale, che ci ha riconosciuto, dopo 6 anni di occupazione, proprio l'attività di manutenzione e cura dei suoi immobili, ci ha riconosciuto 300.000 euro, no? E questo ci ha permesso di acquistare i capannoni. Oggi noi non è facile, è difficile per tutti, specialmente dopo il Covid. Ci muoviamo in economia di mercato, quindi dobbiamo confrontarci con un mercato, diciamo, in questa fase di capitalismo avanzato per l'Italia, un mercato saturo, quindi con molte difficoltà, però forti dell'esperienza che ci ha portato fino a qui, ovvero la solidarietà, la cooperazione e l'idea di provare a rispondere ai nostri bisogni prefigurando delle alternative di società, prefigurando un mondo migliore di quello che è oggi.
Va bene Luca, grazie mille. Io
grazie a voi.
Chiuderei qui la registrazione. Aspetta.
Okay, so the last question was focused on the COVID crisis. So to try to understand how they reacted to the COVID lockdown and how their experience can be used to manage the post-COVID crisis. So Luca explained that when the lockdown in Italy started, they had to shut down the production activities, but they decided to free up the spaces for the essential production, for example, the face mask production, or to focus on activities that are oriented to satisfy the local need of the population, for example, food production and distribution. They are historically involved in a network that is called Outside Market, that is devoted to connect producer and consumer in a more democratic and participatory way. So this kind of network existed also the lockdown crisis, and it really helped the society. So what Luca basically said that this experience have mainly highlighted the importance of solidarity and cooperation, particularly in time of crisis. It's something that they always invested on that, but during the COVID, they really understand that is the main point that will need to be considered by socioeconomic activities. So for them, solidarity and cooperation has been the driving element of their experience, and the advice in times of crisis or in times of problem to look for people with similar challenges and to try to address the problem in a social and coordinated way instead of in a competitive one. So you explained that they still obviously operate in a market economy, so they have to face about all the economic implication of the COVID crisis. But for them, the cooperation and the solidarity between the local population and the production activities has been the main element that help and that is helping them during this crisis. So as I said, this video is available on YouTube. So if you want to have a look of the full video with the translation, you will have a link at the end of the conference. I will give you the floor now.
I think there is a question from Caitlin.
Yeah, so I'll just introduce the question from Caitlin. So is there a way you can give us an idea of the scale of production? So she says it sounds a little like a more productive makerspace, and are there major differences between RemaFlow and makerspaces, Fab Labs, etc.? And she also asked about there's localized production strategies in Canada, where I believe she is, and extreme gender differentiation is part of that. So women aren't part of the more embedded localized production communities. And is that the case with factories such as RemaFlow?
Yes, I think it's the question is very pertinent, and the main difference between the RemaFlow case and the Lucas plan is the fact that, as I mentioned at the beginning, basically all the equipment from the factory were removed. So basically, we are talking about not a proper occupied factory, but more like occupied space. So the scale of production is very variable. It really depends on the kind of artisans or small initiatives that are hosted by the RemaFlow. So you have to imagine that this is more like a space of resistance, no? As they label themselves. So what's the difference between RemaFlow and makerspace? The makerspace, they have, as far as I know, this is my idea of a makerspace, is a place in which there is a specific technological components and a population of gigs, you can say, no? So there are people that have a special interest in technology and experiments with technology. This is not the case of RemaFlow. So we have a very different kind of variety of different activities that are hosted. And you have to consider that the original worker of the company that remained, most of the worker abandoned the factory and look for jobs elsewhere. So this is for answering Kathleen. And then I want to make just one point is that from academic perspective, the interesting point of RemaFlow is the fact that basically they are reimagining and reshaping and reframing a space that used to be a productive space, not with a new way of production, the same old stuff that they used to produce when the factory was within the capitalist system. They are reimagining a space. And then, for example, they're using this notion of care that I think is crucial and key. They take care of, they're taking care of the building, they're taking care of the space as well. So from academic perspective, that is I'm most interested in is what would have happened if the equipment was still there. So if the old worker that used to produce component for the car industry had the chance to reimagine a new kind of production with the same equipment. And this is a common case in many occupied factories. So they emerge in moment of crisis. So it would be interesting to see how it's possible to create a similar initiative in a situation in which there is no like this permanent crisis. So if they had all the resources, like full resources, to start a different way of production. I don't know if there are other questions or.
Yeah, there is another question now. Oh wow, my computer's frozen. The joys of technology.
Is there? Can you see it? I can read it for you. Is there a case study available for RIMAflow with more details? No, there is not. All the material is in Italian, and we made an effort and to do the interview, and the people involved in RIMAflow that they are not fluent in English. So there is this problem. Maybe in the future, the interview is a first step. In the future, we will try to make some material in English available.
Well, thank you so much. And Mario, I believe you're staying on the call, so he will be available for questions at the end of.
Nina is sending some material in English. Yes, you can find something in English, but it's like we are talking about very general description.
So yes, thank you so much, Mario. And I believe you're staying on the call, aren't you? So if people have more questions towards the end of the session, you'll be able to ask Mario as well.
Yes.
Great. Well, I just will introduce our next two speakers now. I'm going to introduce them together because I believe they're going to just talk straight one after the other. So first is Mike Cooney. And he started employment at the Lucas Gas Turbine Equipment, Burnley, in 1966 and became a shop steward in 1969. He was elected senior shop steward for the Amalgamated Engineering Union. Following the formation of Lucas Aerospace in the early 70s, the manual and staff unions formed a National Combined Shop Stewards Committee, which he became chairman of in 1976. And that was the same year that the National Combine developed the alternative Lucas plan that he is going to give us an introduction to in his talk. And he'll be followed directly by Phil Asquith, who is a graduate of the University of Manchester and a chartered mechanical engineer. He joined Lucas Aerospace in Burnley in 1973 and shortly afterwards became an active member of the National Lucas Aerospace Combined Shop Stewards Committee. It's a mouthful, that. And then secretary later in 1978. And yes, he's going to just talk for a few minutes as well about the story of the Lucas plan. And I'm just going to pass you directly over to Mike to do that. Once again, sorry, if you do have questions, put them in the chat. And if it's for a specific person, if it's for Mike or for Phil or for Mario, just write their name in caps lock at the start, please. Over to you, Mike.
Right, thanks very much. Welcome, everyone. In the short time I have available, or we have available, I've been asked to answer two questions. Why did Lucas workers in the late 1960s, early 70s, find it necessary to form a combine? And how was that achieved? So those are the two questions. The short answer to the question, why form a shop stewards combine? The need to improve the deficiencies in the trade union movement's organisation, to unite all workers in the same company across different trade unions, across employment status, and across geographical areas. The need to give the trade union movement's rhetoric, united we stand, substance and real meaning by organising solidarity. A longer answer would have to be in the context of the situation faced by all workers in the late 60s and the Workers' Trade Union Organisation before Lucas Aerospace was formed. It is stating the obvious, but needs to be said, that capital owns and controls the productive process and the employment relationship, seen in the form of management's right to manage, inherited from the laws of master and servant. Management have the right to determine what is produced, how it is produced, the right to hire and fire, the right to determine the terms and conditions of employment. It could be said, so I will say it, freedom and democracy ends at the factory gates. Workers' only recourse to this, the right to be a member of a trade union, and subject to management's agreement, trade unions have the right to collective bargaining. Collective bargaining was limited to negotiations on terms and conditions of employment, that is wages, hours of work and holidays, and in most instances excluded such items as sick pay and pensions, both seen as gifts of management, and most manual workers had neither. Lucas Aerospace was not established until 1971. Previous to that date, Lucas Industries, a multinational corporation's involvement in the aircraft component manufacturing, was undertaken by Lucas GTE, that was Lucas Gas Turbine Equipment, on 3 geographical areas in Birmingham, Burnley and Liverpool, and newly acquired companies based in London, Luton, Hemel Hempstead, Coventry, Wolverhampton and Bradford, all operating under their original names. To name 2, AEI Aircraft Group and English Electric Aircraft Components. The ex-English Electric workers had experienced the formation of the General Electric Company, GEC, in the early 60s. This company, created by takeovers, sales of parts not required, there being casualties of this policy, and a rationalisation programme with the subsequent loss of thousands of jobs. In 1969, Lucas started to rationalise those companies with the implication of work transfers and site closures. The shop stewards in 4 of those companies saw the need to defend their jobs and agreed to form a combined organisation. This was the beginning of the Lucas Aerospace Combined Shop Stewards Committee. It's interesting to say the formation of GEC had been brought about by the then Labour government's Industrial Reorganisation Corporation, encouraging selected firms, Lucas was one, supporting with taxpayers' money mergers and rationalisation of industrial sectors. The question arose, how would this affect Lucas Gas Turbine Equipment? To give some understanding of how Lucas Gas Turbine Equipment was structured and how the trade unions were organised, a brief explanation of the Burnley experience and how it became involved in the combine. I joined the company as a skilled fitter in 1966. Burnley Gas Turbine Equipment, identified as a single unit, was in fact 5 sites in East Lancashire, employing some 2,000 technical, administrative and clerical staff, and skilled, semi-skilled, women and unskilled manual workers. I mention women because there was actually a rate, they were seen as separate. The company recognised for the purpose of collective bargaining 3 staff and 6 manual trade unions. This produced 9 bargaining units. The manual workers' conditions of employment negotiated at engineering industry level by national union officials, wages negotiated at local level by shop stewards or local officials at plant level, each union operating separately in 6 bargaining units. The staff unions had 3 bargaining units negotiating at Lucas industry level. excuse me. In 1967, I became one of 8 AAU shop stewards. We represented 1,000 AAU members in 1968. Attempts were made to organise collective bargaining across other Lucas GTE sites without success. We were successful in 1969-70 in achieving a joint shop stewards committee with the other 5 manual workers trade unions, replacing 6 bargaining units with 1. Lucas GTE's main business was as a subcontractor to Rolls-Royce. When that company went bankrupt in 1971, thousands of jobs were put at risk in Lucas, 1,000 in Burnley. What could we as workers do? Answer, try and make the selection for redundancies as fair as possible. This gave some urgency to making contact with other Lucas sites. As it transpired, the then Conservative government nationalised Rolls-Royce aircraft division, and the car division became owned by German companies. This was a seminal moment for the shop stewards, whether staff or manual workers, asking, what is the use of collective bargaining if you have no job? As a consequence of Rolls-Royce's aircraft division being brought under, bringing down the entire company, Lucas Industries created Lucas Aerospace and Defence Systems with its own central management in 1971. Lucas Aerospace joined the company in 1972. That same year saw the manual workers in Burnley involved in a strike that lasted 3 months and was supported by the combine sites, who refused to accept work transfers and gave financial support, raising over £10,000. That dispute with that support was brought to a successful conclusion. The unforeseen circumstances for management, that success gave the combine a real sense of unity. Burnley became the combine's most enthusiastic supporter, and sites still not members joined in 1973, bringing all 13 sites together. Lucas Aerospace management was still intent on rationalising the company, and between 1970 and 74, the workforce was reduced from 18,000 to 13,000. In 1972, the combine formed a pension advisory committee with the intentions of pushing pensions into the collective bargaining process. In 1974 saw the election of a Labour government who were looking to take over the aircraft into public ownership. That same year, the combine achieved a first. A government minister at the Department of Industry, Tony Benn, agreed to meet the combine. A government minister meeting rank and file trade union members was unheard of. It was outside all conventions. A disapproving civil service, disapproving national union officials, and a nervous Lucas management. Although not realised at the time, that meeting put the combine on a road that would challenge management's right to determine what was produced, giving an alternative to redundancies. The outcome was the Lucas Aerospace Shop Stewards Corporate Plan. It is a mouthful, by the way. Corporate Plan. An answer to recession and redundancies, which will be explained by my friend and colleague, Phil Asquith. Before handing over to Phil, I feel it necessary to say, good design, whether of products or organisations, requires good designers. In Lucas Aerospace, we were lucky to have 2 of the very best. Mike Cooley, and notice it's Cooley, not Cooney, and Ernie Scarborough. The combine owed its existence to Mike and Ernie and a group of shop stewards supported by 13,000 Lucas Aerospace workers. Without the combine, there would not have been a corporate plan. I could say much more, but I will now hand over to Phil.
Thanks, Mick. Excellent. Well, greetings, everyone. My name's Phil Asquith, and I succeeded Mick as chairman of the Lucas Aerospace Combined Shop Stewards Committee at the Burnley plant, which at that time employed 3,500 of the 15,000 Lucas Aerospace workers in the UK. So both of us have actually been involved with the Lucas plan since its inception, and in Mick's case, a long time before that, as he's already said. When we launched the plan in 1976, none of us ever dreamt that we would be speaking about it at conferences over 40 years later, 45 years now. The renaissance has been driven by the new Lucas Plan Working Group, details of which are on lucasplan.org.uk. I'm sure the reason the plan has maintained its currency is that the problems that we were addressing in the 70s are essentially, with the exception of COVID, obviously, the same problems which confront us today, only writ larger and so much more urgent. Excuse me. So we're here today to discuss alternative systems of production to meet human needs and how workers and community plans are created. I've been asked to address briefly how the Combine tackled these issues in the 70s by compiling the Alternative Workers Corporate Plan for Conversion, now called Repurposing, from military to socially useful production. And trying to cram 45 years worth of adventures into a few minutes is a bit like saying Tolstoy's War and Peace was about Russians. Copyright Woody Allen. Today, the main driver for repurposing is COVID. In the 70s, the drivers, as Mick was saying, was high unemployment, the energy and impending environment crisis, which we referred to then as thermal pollution in the corporate plan, dehumanisation of the design and production process, and the massive defence cuts which were promised in Labour's manifesto. The Combine looked at all sorts of strategies to combat these problems, ranging from sit-ins, factory takeovers, occupations, all those were going on at the time, and possibly nationalisation. But none of those strategies seemed sustainable and appropriate for our situation. So after the meeting that Mick referred to with Tony Benn, when he was Secretary of State in November '74, his suggestion of an alternative plan based on an audit of our members' skills and our facilities and what we might make instead really set the ball rolling. The Combine decided to draw up an alternative to the company's corporate plan independently. We thought that if defence workers' skills, were no longer required to make weapons, they should be used to benefit society. This was consistent with decades of Labour Party and trade union policy, but no one had ever planned the nuts and bolts of the conversion process. They talked about it, but not got down to anywhere near the detail required. So we decided to embark upon a plan to save jobs by making products to fulfil the unmet needs of society. Products to be measured by their use value, not their exchange value. And we encouraged our members to appreciate their dual role as consumers and producers in society. As consumers, they had a free choice, but suddenly as producers, they didn't. We felt that there should be some choice or at least influence on what our members actually made day to day. We also wanted to democratize technology and to use it to liberate people rather than to enslave them on production lines and the like. So we knew that we were about to embark into uncharted waters. There were no union manuals, no training courses or anything. But because the Combine and our trade unions were democratic, we took the proposal to put this strategy together to our members at mass meetings. You younger people have probably seen it in black and white films now. I can often remember Mick saying, all those in favour, and the hands used to go up most of the time. So the members endorsed this strategy and we set to work about drawing up the plan. And my original thought then was, who heck, what have we let ourselves in for? The first thing that Ernest Scarborough did was to write about, I think it was 180 letters to, no offence intended here, academics, researchers, politicians, people who talked about conversion for a long time. And we got 3 replies out of the 180 from Dave Elliott, Richard Fletcher, and Professor Tring, who were mega helpful to us during that process, because we felt, as our members paid for the university through their taxes, we should have a call on the skills and knowledge inside universities, and not just the companies which do that. And indeed, we actually raised funding and set up 2 such centres to be able to access resources for us, CATES and UDAP. But that's a different story. So we did what we should have done in the first place, and we compiled from the Combine executive a questionnaire. And we sent it around all the sites and asked the members in the Shop Stewards Committee to audit their machinery, their skills, and what they might make if defence weapons went out of the window tomorrow. It took about a year, and it sounds easy to say it in a few minutes, but it was bloody hard work, wasn't it? It was hard work. But then we found that people started coming out with their pet projects, which management had crushed years ago. And there was this outpouring of creativity and ideas, which resulted in dozens of product ideas. Now, we've never claimed that they were invented by our people at Lucas Aerospace, but they were products, some of which have been around for a long time, but had never actually been picked up and fully developed. So we sifted all the product suggestions into 6 areas, which included renewables, energy conservation, medical technology, transport technology, and teleshuric devices, which is basically Greek for hands at a distance, doing hazardous jobs, but whilst in a safe environment, like coal mining, North Sea, and so on. Examples of the products, would you believe, this is 1976, were hybrid car engines, a road rail vehicle, you can see them all over the place now, electric cars, wind turbines, solar technology, fuel cells, heat pumps, microprocessors, which we now call chips. I make that point particularly because Lucas were very reluctant to leave hydromechanical fuel systems. A lot of them felt there was no future in electronics, and our colleagues at York Road fought a battle over that particular point. So when we put our proposals to the management, the corporate plan, I have their reply here. It's only one of the few in existence, so we might publish it one day. But we decided to be kind and not embarrass them, but I will now, if they're still alive. And as far as wind power is concerned, quote, large general duty wind turbines are not seen as appropriate to the UK, was part of their official reply. And of course, later on, they rejected the plan out of hand. As we worked on the plan as workers in a high technology industry, we became more and more aware of the contradictions of the technology in our supposedly advanced technological society. We became more aware of what technology could provide and what the system under which we operated allowed it to provide. For example, in our factory, we made the hot end of the Olympus engines for Concorde, but yet thousands of old age pensioners were dying each year for the want of a simple heating system. In the International Year of the Disabled, which I think from memory was 1977, we were able to watch astronauts float about effortlessly in space through filtered television pictures. But then disabled people were still struggling along the streets in more or less the same way that they did in medieval times. So someone somewhere was making the decision as to where technology should be placed, where it should be developed, and who's in and in their interest too. Another example was that the Kidney Patient Sufferers Association told us that 3,000 people were dying each year for want of a kidney machine. And believe it or not, Lucas Aerospace at G&E Bradley's in London actually made kidney machines, and we wanted to develop them into portable devices. But Lucas said to us straight out, it was far more profitable for them to make military equipment than kidney machines, which was a really interesting point if you analyse it, because who pays for kidney machines? The taxpayer. Who pays for military equipment? The taxpayer. So there's a purely political definition of profit taking place there. So The other disparaging thing that the management said about the reply about the plan was it seemed to be within the realm of the brown bread and sandals brigade. And for those of you who are younger than us, that was the term used to describe hippies in the 60s. But of course, all those technologies that were in the plan, or most of them, are now every day. So our members' technological forecasting was spot on, and the academics who helped us greatly. And I thought that was a ringing endorsement of the bottom-up approach. One spin-off thing from the corporate plan, there were many, was it provided first-time concrete alternatives to arms production, as I've already said. So internationally, we were able to start arguing for the removal of the jobs from the disarmament debate, because you'll know as well as I do, Trident's a good example, is that if there's a threat to cancel a weapons project, the whole media circus is about the loss of jobs. It's not about whether you actually need the project or not for needs on grounds of national security. And the international peace movement embraced the plan so enthusiastically. We even were nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize for the work on alternatives to arms production. But the plan wasn't just about products. The plan also challenged the way products are designed and produced in a tailoristic way, where skill and creativity are designed out of the production process. We proposed within the plan a reversal to this, to human-centered production systems, to develop skill, creativity, ingenuity, and tacit knowledge of our members. The antithesis, we would say, of retraining. One of our members said disparagingly, training is for dogs. You program a robot, but you actually educate a human being. So it was axiomatic that we were challenging the misuse and abuse of science and technology. The answer given, their use is directed and for too long away from the socially useful economy. The plan also challenged design for obsolescence, products designed to wear out prematurely, fueling a throwaway economy with all of the wastage of the planet's resources that engenders. It was clear even in the 70s that a world economy based on endless growth could not be sustained by the Earth. What was the international reaction to the plan? It was overwhelming and completely positive. And Combine reps have spoken at hundreds of meetings and conferences over the years in the UK, Scandinavia, Europe, mixed into Australia and America. Surprisingly, and I'm going to finish very soon, the management press came out in our support, and it says it demonstrates clearly, this is industrial management, July 76, that if managers don't carry out their jobs to the satisfaction of workers, then those same workers have the capability and know how to do it for them. So we got universal support with one notable Canute-like exception, which was our side, the responsible national trade union officials and Labour government, who were fearful of grassroots trade union activism at the time. Now that's another story, which I'm going to skip because I've got my eye on the clock. But I'd like to finish with the concluding paragraph of our dear friend and comrade Mike Cooley's address to the Right Livelihood Foundation in Stockholm when he received the prize on behalf of the Combine. And this sums it up about technology, as far as I'm concerned. Technology is not given. It's not like the sun or the moon or the stars. It was made by people like us. And if it's not doing for us what we want, we have a right and responsibility to change it. The future is not out there like space waiting to be discovered. The future has to be built by people like you and I. And we do have real choices. It can be a future in which we are not threatened with mass annihilation through nuclear weapons or ravaged with hunger. It could really be a world in which we treasure all of our people equally and get science and technology to serve people rather than the other way around. In a sentence, we could begin to perform the modern miracle. We could help to make the blind see, the lame walk, and we could feed the hungry. And I think that's the most elegant summary of why we are here together today. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much, yeah, and thank you, Mick. That was incredibly inspirational and depressing in equal measure that you had all these plans ages ago and they still haven't been implemented. But yeah, thank you so much for that. We've got some questions in the chat, but I'm going to wait until after Hilary has spoken to present them to the speakers. So I'd just like to introduce our final speaker, which is Hilary Wainwright. She's a fellow of the Transnational Institute She's a fellow of the Transnational Institute and coordinates the European dimension of its New Politics project. She's a founder and editor of Red Pepper and an active member of the World Transformed. So she worked with the Lucas Combine in the 70s and 80s and documented their experiences and identified the problems that they face. And between 82 and 86, she worked as a Deputy Chief Economic Advisor to the Great London Council. And with Mike Cooley, Robin Murray and Mike Ward and others worked to develop the approach of popular planning for socially useful production to address the problem of unemployment and unmet needs in London. So I'm really excited to hand you over to Hilary now. Hilary, you have the floor.
Okay, so thanks very much to all of you for organising it. And first to say, I'm one of the people, one of the many, the hundreds of millions of people across the world who were inspired by the Lucas Plan by Mike Cooley. And my battery's a bit dead. I think, well, not dead yet, but I hope it. I'll have to be brief, I think. Anyway, I wanted to sort of generalize, building on what Phil was saying, to really, I'll start with making a distinction between what I'd call militarized production and, on the other hand, socially useful production. By militarized production, I mean production that's driven by private corporations producing both for the market and for the state in terms of military production, and also organized often on the basis of a sort of highly intensive regime of control of labor in order to maximize profits. So all the points that Phil was making about Taylorism, about extracting the knowledge and particularly the tacit knowledge of the workers, and actually then using that as a form of control is key to that idea of militarized production. And on the other hand, we have socially useful production, which is characterized by both a different sort of purpose and direction of production. So production for social need, production priorities based on use, not profit. And also linked to that, as exemplified by the Lucas Plan, a kind of notion of democratic production. You could call it productive democracy, so that democracy is not just about the rights of individuals to vote, but actually about the rights of people to have control over their labor and to organize and to be collective in that control. And I think in explaining the importance of that, I think it's maybe important to recognize that even at the time of the Lucas Plan, it was very much part of a family of initiatives. So it was a kind of social phenomenon of the late 70s of alternative production. I mean, I'm now on holiday in the south of France with a friend of mine, Mary Caldwell, who we worked with the workers at Vickers Armstrong, Vickers Engineering, based in Tyneside, making tanks. And then Barrow was also Vickers, making the Trident submarine. And we, particularly Mary, worked on alternative products, on military conversion, on conversion from the military to socially useful production. That was Vickers, and then also Chrysler, many other companies were thinking in the same direction. There was a kind of moment when, in a way, the old market-driven system was failing in terms of both, well, the basic picture of growing unemployment at the same time as growing unmet need. Now, that was in the 1970s, but it's now even more the case. You know, post-COVID, we're going to see a massive escalation of unemployment, but also we've become even more aware than before. More people have become aware of the unmet social needs, health needs, climate, environmental needs. And so politically, the conditions for a new wave of alternative production are very much there in terms of consciousness. The difference is that the level of organization of the trade union movement is not there. But on the other hand, it's not as defeated as sometimes we think in our most despairing moments. I mean, during the lockdown, I was sort of desperate to kind of understand what sources of hope there were. And I made contact with workers in Airbus who were actually working on the conversion of making planes to making ventilators. You know, it never got any publicity because all the publicity was dominated by the government agenda, which was, you know, making grand declarations about these household name companies, Airbus, etc. But actually, what made it possible was the organization of workers on the ground with their safety reps being able to ensure a sterile environment for the production of ventilators. So, you know, this kind of spirit of looking for alternatives that are based on use has never died, but it keeps popping up. I mean, the chair referred to my experience with Mike Cooley at the Greater London Council. And there we developed a whole strategy for London based on this idea of socially useful production. And really important there, because I've been listening to some of the feminist thinking around alternative production, was the issue of care, was the issue of recognizing domestic labor as very much part of the economy. So our industrial strategy had a whole section on domestic labor, on socializing domestic labor in terms of childcare, laundrettes, and so on. And that also has got implications for changing working hours. So if we start our economic thinking from use value, from social need, and work back, and if we put the emphasis on production rather than just on distribution, I think we've got the makings of an alternative strategy, an alternative economic but also social strategy. I mean, at the moment, you know, the idea of political support for that is rather distant in England, at any rate. We had a brief moment with Jeremy Corbyn, who was going to, had he got into government, would create an arms conversion agency. And although that project is defeated, we mustn't give up. I mean, post-COVID, there's a new consciousness of the need for production and an economy based on social need. We had 6 months where health needs were absolutely dominant. That's, you know, the government in Britain is trying to move that back, reverse that, and put profits and the normal economy in their terms back to the fore. But we've got to hold on to that experience of mutuality, you know, when neighbors, when communities really thought about, you know, each other. And also in production, you had workers actually thinking about how they could contribute to the economy in a useful, socially useful way. And also, if you think about the health service, it coped with COVID not because of the government, but because, in spite of privatization, in spite of cuts, the workers in the health service absolutely worked together, combining, using their tacit knowledge to produce solutions to solve patients' and communities' problems. So I think there are seeds of hope, and Roma Flow and all those examples need to be constantly publicized and thought about in a wider context, which is why this seminar is so important. I wish I could be fully part of it. But anyway, that's, I think, the end of my 10 minutes. Thank you. And the end of my phone almost, but I'll hang on in there.
Thank you so much, Hilary. Yeah, that was great. I'm particularly excited to hear about what you say about care and the caring industries and unpaid care work. I'm going to just abuse my position as chair, and also because, Hilary, I know that your phone battery might run out. But I wanted to ask you a question around that. And how would you advise the people working on that remobilize the stuff that there was such, for the first time in certainly my political lifetime, care was front and center of the political discussion. And yeah, I've really been disheartened to see that fade away. And I would ask for your advice on how we can sort of remobilize and recapture that momentum.
Well, I mean, I think that we can build on the experience of COVID and people's realization that care work is so central. I mean, you know, people were clapping the care workers, and a lot of that was rhetoric, but actually the fact that it got such, I mean, I remember walking out into my neighborhood on the first night of the clapping and thinking, oh, I better text my other lefty in the street just to make sure that at least there's two of us. And I walked into the street, and everywhere, you know, neighbors I never knew I had, you know, were coming out. And so there's a sort of latent identification with care workers, with care. And I think we need to build on that in terms of first campaigns against privatization and campaigns for decent pay for health workers that are argued for, not just in terms of narrow economic arguments, but also in terms of, you know, actually the usefulness and the importance of what they do. So I think we've got to make the question of meeting social need and the value of that care work for the community and for the well-being of everybody central to our day-to-day practical arguments. And I think we've got to try and persuade the unions to do the same. You know, I'm sometimes disappointed with Unison because it doesn't really build enough on people's identification with care workers. You know, people, whether they're looking after their elderly parents or their children, you know, every stage of life, you know, people are thinking about care. And that needs to be built on as a central part of trade union arguments, and not in a way that labour movements in Britain has tended to divide the social and the industrial, the social and the economic, and hand over the social to the Labour Party. But I think we've got to reclaim the social for our day-to-day economic struggles. So we never fight around wages or privatization without, or against contracting out, without raising to the fore the social value of care, including, you know, work cleaners and ancillary workers whose role in the care system is often ignored, but is crucial.
Thank you so much for that. I'm going to let other people ask questions now because that was a bit cheeky of me. So questions for Mike and Phil. I've got two of them and I'm going to present them both to you. So the first one was, do you have any thoughts on whether today's trade unions are fit to help tackle today's problems? And then the second question was, what singular advantages do you see today for the imaginary repeat of the process you described, except for the obvious climate change trend? So if either Mike or Phil want to jump in on those, or also you, Hilary.
I find that a difficult question to answer. You've got to remember, I'm an old fella. I mean, I've been retired now for what, 18 years. Consequently, what's happening in the trade union movement? And I don't want to seem disparaging about this, but you've always had the official trade union movement and the rank and file trade union movement. And it gets very political. And as a consequence, well, I do find it difficult to answer. You've also got to realise that when you get to a certain age, the short-term memory lets you down. But the thing is that I don't really know what's happening. I've just seen, in fact, my son's just experienced being made redundant at Rolls-Royce. So I don't think much has changed. There's one absolute basic fact, and it's still there, that management's right to manage is the system that we operate under. And the trade union movement's right to collective bargaining is still there. Collective bargaining has been extended somewhat, mostly with the assistance of laws like Redundancy Payments Acts and things like that, Equal Pay Acts. So they've extended collective bargaining. But I don't think that the official trade union movement, it still has the rhetoric, as Phil said, it still has the rhetoric that, yes, we'll do this, we'll do that. But the rhetoric is they never look to how they're going to achieve it. And it stays at the level of rhetoric. And we have to do better. but I can't really criticise the trade union movement at the moment because I'm not really involved, and I haven't been for quite some time. Other than I have people, I represent people at employment tribunals and things, or I did, at employment tribunals and things like that. And so I still get shop stewards coming round to our house, and we talk about how to do this and how to do that. That's my only contact. So that's the best I can do.
Okay, can I do the second question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just preface that by saying the power level of trade unions now are not what they were in the 70s. The Combine was industrially very, very powerful, as were the other trade unions, but that is not the case now. Right. Is it possible to replicate or do a modern day version of the Lucas plan? We've been told for years that conversion is not possible and it'll never happen and it's pie in the sky. Nobody who's worked in industry, the companies are diversifying all the time. And there's a fairly fine line, isn't there, between diversification and conversion. Often the movement, when they're talking to defence workers, they say conversion. They say diversification because conversion's a bit more frightening. But conversion is going on all the time, for a start. Secondly, as I finished by saying, the Labour government, despite support for the Lucas workers being unanimous party policy, I was there when it went through, they ignored it. I went to a conference in Brussels last July. I was invited to speak at a conference, and it was about transition of the European coalfield regions, right? And I said there more or less what I said today. And I was astonished because it was a big, full-on European Union style conferences, booths of interpreters and all the rest of it. And what they were doing, they were hatching, they were well down the road of a 10-year conversion plan for the coalfield regions of the EU where coal was going to disappear as part of the decarbonisation strategy. Now, instead of doing what Margaret Thatcher did here, your pit's closed, bump, end of, there's a 10-year planning going on. They actually announced the programme about 6 weeks to 2 months ago, and there's a whole transition, I would call it conversion, planned. And the model they're following is the transition that took place at the coalfields in Limburg in Belgium to what's now a high-tech economy. And that's only happening in Brussels. It's an hour away by plane. And I bet no one who's listening has ever heard of it, because I'd never heard of it till I got there. We're out of it now because of Brexit, it would seem. But the plan is there for this massive conversion of the coalfield regions from how they are now to a new economy. So conversion is staring us in the face, not just there, but in different areas. There are several papers around at the moment, and I can send you the listing for circulation, that lists all sorts of mini conversion projects that are taking place all over. So I would say, that's the long answer, sorry. The short answer is, yes, it would be possible to do another Lucas style plan, but because the trade unions are so weak comparatively, we need to bolt on the wider interests of community and society in general. There was a great report brought out 2 years ago by the Nuclear Education Trust, and it examines conversion initiatives around the world, some successful, some partly, some failed, and it gives common reasons and common criteria for the success of the project. So there's a wealth of information and activity going on. It's just somehow it never seems to get through to the shop floor of our movement.
Thank you so much. Mario, have you got any thoughts on any of the questions that we just asked?
Well, I have many questions for Phil and Mike, to be honest, but I don't think this is the right moment. No, I just want to add the comments of a proposal that me and a colleague from the University of Sheffield, Professor Andrea Genovese, made in Italy, in Naples, my city, about the possibility to get inspired by the Lucas plan for the case of Whirlpool factory in Italy that is producing washing machine. So we wrote an article that we try to circulate in the local press, talking about the Lucas plan and see, look, I think we should. This is an alternative. This is an alternative to the kind of help from the state that you're asking, because the worker were asking the government to intervene and to buy the factory, or to intercede, so to mediate between different companies that were interested in buying the factory. And we proposed them to start like an assembly, or to discuss the Lucas plan, and to propose the factory a new plan in which they can produce the same washing machine for the local community, or alternative equipment. And the strongest reaction that we got was from leftist parties and the unions in Italy. They told us that we were crazy, that this is not the way that we have to do, that the worker had no capability of management, and they didn't know how to do it. They don't know the financial markets, and of course there is the problem of property, that they were not willing to accept any solution that was an alternative form of ownership of the factory. So still, I think that's the biggest enemy we have in this kind of initiative. Often are leftist party, and sometimes, like in this case, the unions, and this said. So this was my only comment. If you want to know more about the Whirlpool case in Italy, you can contact me privately. But that case was very interesting, because they had the machinery, they had the equipment. It's not like RimaFlow that basically they remain with an empty space.
Thank you so much. I've got another question for Phil here. So how do you weigh out the benefits of a slow conversion that certainly benefits society against the more urgent and maybe abrupt or radical need to act to combat climate change? I'm afraid we don't have the luxury of time anymore like we did in the 80s. Oh, you're on mute, Phil.
Unmute, okay? Get back on. I wish I had the comprehensive answer to that, which I don't. But what you got to do is try. And they're doing it in Europe, as I described, as far as the coalfield's concerned. So most people have argued that conversion has to be part of a national or even international industrial strategy. I don't think there's any getting away from that. For short-term solutions, for immediate factory closures, I think people have got to look a bit wider than they would normally do. I think the trade unions can be their own worst enemies. I identify exactly with what Mario's just said, and I saw Mick smiling, because we had some within our 100-strong shop stewards committee who were against what we were doing, and they felt we should be burning down the town hall instead. Well, that would never win the vote at a mass meeting. So I have difficulty in providing a pragmatic type answer to that question that's posed, and I only wish I had an answer. But because of the short-term nature of things, I don't think it should stop us from attempting to bring about a European-style coalfield conversion strategy.
Thank you. I've run out of questions in the chat. I'm sure that people have got, oh, hang on, I've got a new message. Bear with. Oh, no, that's just a question on where it will be. This has been recorded, where it's going to end up. So has anybody else got any questions they can put in the chat for any of the speakers? Well, okay, I've got a question. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with the trade union movement. I'm from a generation where, yeah, it's been dead since I've been alive. That's the sort of narrative around it. And I was wondering how you would, again, advise people of my generation to sort of try and reinvigorate that movement and sort of build solidarity in a generation that's been fed individualism since birth? I mean, it's a big question, but has anyone got any thoughts on that? Phil, I can see you huffing.
I'll just, if I just think about it, and I say my reactions are very slow these days, that what we have, and it seems to happen in all organisations, it's things get centralised. In the 60s and 70s, shop stewards were sort of tolerated by the union officials, but not really trusted. And certainly the rank and file and the shop stewards certainly didn't trust the officials. And these were the problems. And what's happened over the years, the unions have amalgamated and got bigger, in the sense of the smaller unions have joined the larger unions and made the unions larger. And they become more centralised and controlled by the centre. I mean, for instance, the AAU shop, the Amalgamated Engineering Union shop stewards were elected by the members. The officials were elected by the members. Shop stewards are still elected by the members, but mostly now officials are appointed by the General Secretary. Now, if you're elected by your members, they're your boss, if you want to use the term. If you're appointed by the General Secretary, he's your boss, if you want to use the term. So you can see the power structure has really been taken away and put to the national officials. Okay, the executives are lay officials, but they only come together to discuss the agenda. The officials are there all the time, and that's the problem. We say the trade unions are democratic. As I say, I don't want to get too critical about this, but it's always been my observations that these are the problems that they have, and we've got to overcome them, but there's no attempt to do that. So it's an organisational problem. And it seems that human society needs to centralise itself, and you've got to get used to decentralising yourself. I mean, Britain's run from London, and we all know that London and the South East is where the prosperity is. And the regions pick up the crumbs. The same in the trade union movement. So we've got to get over this centralisation and start to come back to the grassroots levels. And that's the best I can do for this one.
No, that's really, I think, I feel that obviously as a Northerner, I feel that very strongly, the centralisation point. And I think John sent around an email with a quote in, I can't remember who it was, about ordinary people. Somebody was asking one of your colleagues, can ordinary people organise things? And he said, I've never met an ordinary person in my life. Everybody I meet is extraordinary, which I thought was wonderful. So I have another question. It's
that
how do we
sounds like a Mike Cooleyism, by the way.
Oh, well, there you go. It's a good one. I like it. I've used it already, like last week. Anyway, how do we collectively combat coal machinery working overtime, destroying forests and poor indigenous peoples to cater to global corporate giants in countries like ours, whilst we try to reimagine community-centric strategies? It's another tough one. Phil or Mario, have you got any thoughts on that? So how do we combat big industry basically destroying forests and indigenous people's communities whilst trying to reimagine it?
It's a huge question. No, I mean, I cannot answer this question in a few seconds or a few minutes. I just can point to SOMA, KP, that there is this global environmental justice movements. Many people from degrowth movements, ecological economics, belong to these movements. and this is a very diverse movement. There is a lot of people working on political ecology and environmental struggle in the South, in the global South. The difference that I see is that the legal framework or the instruments that people in the South have are very different, and in many cases, the level of violence and struggle can be a completely different scale. I can imagine what's happening in Colombia, for example, or in many places in Africa, or also in Asia, experience in which worker demand simpler rights or demand different way of organizing production, and the reaction from the company and the state is very violent. Or another case that I can mention is the people's science movements that since the 60s, they were trying to organize technology and science in general, the relationship between society, technology, and science in different way that is more democratic, is more links to the specificity of cultural specificity of many places in India, and they are still active in India. So there are struggle and movements that are active in this sense all over the world. It's impossible to give a short question, a short answer to Soma question. And then there is another question about.
I just think Phil wanted to come in on that question.
It's quicker, really, and it's often overlooked. Mick referred to the Combine and its work on pensions. At the start, the Lucas Industry Pension Fund had 7 trustees, and they were all company nominees, right? We ran a campaign, and it was led by the Combine, but it went wider than that. And we were able to get 3, they were called employee, but not trade union reps, but they really were trade union reps. We managed to get 3 of the trustees, 3 of the 7 trustees from the trade unions. And if you can't control the company or influence it by good old-fashioned industrial action, a more subtle way that has been practiced, you see it in the newspaper at shareholder meetings from time to time, is if you can organise the shareholders, and the shareholders are usually pension schemes, you can actually get at them through the back door. I'm not saying it's easy. There used to be a setup, I'm just trying to remember its name, but it was basically a trade union-based movement. Mick might know its name, I can't remember it, but they were actually trying to get trustees onto their pension funds. You get the information that you wouldn't normally get, and it was an attempt to say that we'll vote for your company to proceed in a more progressive direction if you'll do it the other way. So we were partly successful in influencing the company through the shareholders' meetings by having brought about trade union representative on the pension funds. That was one thing that seemed to be quite promising in the 70s, but obviously it's never gone the whole way.
Thank you very much. I've got questions coming in thick and fast now. So I've had 2 around a similar theme. So I'm going to ask you, mainstream labour institutions and thinking, mainstream labour institutions and thinking still prioritises the volume of production rather than questions of what's to be produced and why. While recent notions of green deals go some way to reset this thinking, are they in any way sufficient? So it's, a question around, what we produce and why, which I think, Phil, again, you spoke really eloquently about, which I found fascinating. Oh, you're on mute again.
Oh, yeah. I think one of the obstacles to that is people make the simple equation that if we don't produce as it's going out of fashion, if we don't keep producing, if we reduce production and make things last longer, then what happens to our jobs? And what we used to advocate was, instead of having the high volume, resource intensive type of production and throw it away in the landfill when a screw falls out of a washing machine, you actually design for longer life, right? and then you actually upskill people so that when the product goes wrong, they have the skills to mend it. So if you think of a car, if they make cars to last longer, you need more people to repair them. So that's where the upskilling of the economy would occur, and that is the antidote to the lower number of jobs that are required by reduced throughput. There's a story about Lucas, and this is how they deliberately caused parts to fail. That the windscreen wiper motors were lasting too long. This was in the 70s when the Japanese were moving into the European industry. And so they could sell more windscreen wiper motor meters. There was this famous meeting at Great King Street where they decided to reduce the bearing surface area of the motors by 30%, so they would fail quicker. So that was the Lucas practice at the time to increase volume. And of course, what we were wanting to bring about was to go the other way. So to design for longer life, but actually to have a skills infrastructure that could do the repairs when necessary, much like when you take your car to the garage.
And Mick, did you want to come in on that as well?
Well, what I want to do, I want to jump back to the question previous to that. I mean, what we've got to look at, and it's one of my hobby horses, is, and I give you two examples where the National Coal Board's pension fund sued Arthur Scargill, who was a trustee of the pension fund, because he wouldn't sign the investment portfolio. And I mean, it's a bit wrong way around this, but Scargill said that he weren't willing to sign a portfolio that invested in oil and other industries that put coal miners out of work. It was the other way around. But the important thing is that the judge says that he lost the case, did Scargill, and he said he would have to sign the investment portfolio, or he would have to remove himself as a trustee. And the judge said that the trustees had a duty to maximise the income to the pension fund. Now that sends a very loud signal out. The other thing is that there are trillions of pounds that are workers' pension funds. They're probably the biggest investors at pension funds in industry. And workers have no control whatsoever as to where those funds are put. Now, I'm not saying if they had the power that they would put it where we would like them to. The question arises, if they don't have the power, they ain't going to be able to do anything about it. So where capital goes is the determination. The other thing is, and again, this is an hobby horse, we said if we live in a civilized society that we have to operate under the rule of law. That makes sense. It's believed that the law is neutral, that justice is blind. And what we've to understand, it isn't. What we have is law that is in interest. It's for interest. And the question you have to ask as a society and as a worker is, whose interest is the law passed for? Or what interest is the law made for? In whose interest is it operating? And when you start to look at those questions and find answers to those questions, then you're making some progress to forming an equitable and civilized society. And you'll be able to decide what you make and who you make it for. Now, then, these are my hobby horses. I don't want to get involved much more because time doesn't allow. But there you go. I think these are thoughts that we have to, or issues that have to be faced, and questions raised and answers given and power taken. I mean, to give the ownership of capital or to give capital to the owners of it, to let them decide how it's used, actually it's part of what the system says it's there for. But in reality, the pension funds, like the companies, are managed by professional managers. who operate in their own interests, not in the interest of society.
Thank you. Yeah.
End of sermon.
I agree. And Mario, I believe you wanted to come in as well.
Yes, my comment was more related to the other comments from Phil. I think that's of course it's very important to find a mechanism and tool to start debating at least about what to produce and how to produce, but also what to produce. And I think there is a window of opportunity in this new buzzword of the European Union, but not only European Union. Think of China, for example, policy on circular economy. And this is this idea of circular economy that we have to close the loop of production. And for now, this is still very technocratic kind of discourse. I think that we should make an effort, we as a community of ecological economics and degrowth, to try to occupy the space of the debate with an alternative vision of circular economy that takes into account the arguments of, for example, ownership, of organization of production, because the risk is that the capital and the financial system will appropriate the notion of sustainability as they are doing basically, and then will deliver a new agenda of circular economy that's basically serving the same old interests. I think there is good in this idea of circular economy, and I think this is a place in which we can situate the lesson from the Lucas plan, that are amazing lesson of struggle with this new idea of climate change or closing the loop or making stuff that are durable and also design in a democratic way. So this is a code that where me and my colleague that I mentioned before, Professor Andrea Genovese from Sheffield, this is a battle that we start to do. And we have a project, a Marie Curie network called Retrace, in which we are training 15 PhD students on different aspects of circular economy, and I think this is a battle that is worthwhile to be fought. Okay.
Thank you. I've got a question from Sherilyn that's close to my heart. So, care work is feminized and racialized. The vast majority of paid and unpaid care work is done by women and people of color in the UK. At least white men, in the UK, at least white men are least likely than any other group to be engaged in care jobs. Does the fact that trade unions tend to be led by white men, and do correct me if I'm wrong, who aren't generally encouraged to think of care as work, hinder the kind of change that Hilary just spoke about? And that was the main topic of the Feminist Ecological Economics session. And was that the main topic on Tuesday? So do any of you have anything to say about that?
It's true. Very true.
Yeah, agreed.
So do you think, yeah, so you think it
Have
does
we lost
hinder?
Hilary?
Hilary had to leave because her phone ran out of battery.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Mario? Sorry, it looks like you've got a hand up on Zoom, but that might have just been your hand up from last time, but I'm putting you on the spot. Mario?
Well, same answer. I mean, it's true. I mean, yes, as far as I know, the unions that I'm dealing with are usually dominated by male. Yes, that's true.
So, and do you believe that this hinders the kind of work and the kind of change that Hilary was talking about? And if you do think it hinders that change, what do you think can be done about it? That's a question to all of you, not just you, Mario.
It's just not a problem of gender. Gender representation is also a problem of diversity. And I can talk about unions in Spain and Italy. I spent many times in the UK, but I was not very active in union movements. My experience in Italy and in Spain is that the diversity is low. For example, I live in Galicia, and there is a local union that is very active. It's a little bit different, and it's very strong on the territory, but still, yes, the boards are dominated by male, and there is no diversity in terms of racial diversity or cultural diversity is low. How much this influences their agenda? Well, I think this, I'm not in the position to make a bold statement about that. But of course, lack of diversity it's definitely influences their agenda.
You're on mute, Phil.
Yeah, the quote that I used from Mike Cooley at the end of my remarks is preceded by this about women in industry. And he's saying that right on somewhere in the corporate plan, we make a major point that we hope to see more women in science and technology. We looked at one of the leading computer journals over 18 months, and 82% of the adverts showed that one person with equipment showed a young Dolly Bird type person, the male image of what a woman should be like. In other words, the idea that women are playthings that you have around to sell equipment. We say in the corporate plan that if only more women would come into science and technology, not as imitation men or honorary males, because equality can never mean sameness, but to point out that our Western science and technology is dominated by the predominantly male value system, the value system of the white male capitalist warrior hero. It will be an incredible philosophical contribution if we inject into science and technology the so-called female attributes of intuition, subjectivity, and humanity. That was what Mike had to say on a similar subject.
I've got a comment from Stephania as well, saying ITUC has a woman secretary general. So have other big union confederations. Clearly putting a woman on top doesn't change things much. Perhaps what would help is to stop thinking of care as a women's issue. Yeah, I absolutely agree that care isn't just a women's issue. And I think that, yeah, care and the unequal distribution of unpaid care work is one of the main things that is keeping women out of science and technology, as Mike's talking about.
Can I just say that I've already told you I'm an old chap, and as a consequence, I'm not that far away from needing care workers. So it's not just a woman's issue, believe you me. But it is true that the vast majority of care workers are women. But the fact that they're not valued is really disgusting. But the thing about the one woman in the ITUC's general secretary, yeah, I know. You can find the odd woman here, there, and everywhere, but that's not the issue. I mean, the issue is it's dominated by white males. And whilst you might have a woman as a general secretary, she's still a slave of the male domination or the male value, because that's how she got to be the general secretary. If she didn't have had those values, Margaret Thatcher was a prime minister. Now, that did a lot of good for workers, I must admit. Did it or did it not? You should know the answer to that. So by identifying a woman, you're not identifying women rising. Let's be honest about it. In 1970, Barbara Castle brought in the Equal Pay Act, 1970. And 50 years later, they're still fighting for equal pay. I mean, what does that say? So let's, I mean, Barbara Castle was a woman. Barbara Castle was one of my heroes because she was the one that brought in pensions by legislation, and British pensioners became very, very well off as a consequence of that. Margaret Thatcher got rid of that legislation, and Tony Blair, as a Labour government, did nothing to reinstate it. As a consequence, there could still be a lot of poverty in old age, not because of Barbara Castle, but because of Margaret Thatcher and of Tony Blair. You will appreciate that my short-term memory is letting me down a lot here. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that at the moment.
Thank you so much. It's 5-2 now, so I would like to just ask all the speakers to just, if they've got any final comments, to just say them now or forever hold your peace.
Well, my final comment is an advert, really. What I'd like to bring to everyone's attention is that if you really want a more comprehensive view of the Combine and the corporate plan, then I recommend you read the book by Lily Wainwright and Dave Elliott, The Lucas Plan, A New Trade Unionism in the Making, published by Allison and Busby, and you'll get all you need about the corporate plan and the Lucas Aerospace Shop Stewards Combine. That's my final say.
Thanks, Mick. Phil? You're on mute.
It's just some stuff related to COVID and the new normal, really. There's a lot of stuff I've been reading recently about whether we want a return to the old normal with all its problems of pollution and traffic and so on, or whether we want to get what's best out of a new normal. Because I think a lot of people feel now, if we could just turn the clock back and have things how they were, then that would be a really good thing. But then you've still got the problems of global warming, which I think have been eclipsed by COVID. There was a woman speaking from the World Health Organization a few months ago, and she was addressing the question of, would there be a son of COVID? And she said, the answer to that question is not if there will be one. The answer to that question is when there will be one. The other thing that got pushed on the back burner is that research into antibiotics, which are losing their effectiveness by the minute, has reduced because of various factors, cost of development, and also the length of the patent. So we've still got, so with antibiotics, son of COVID, climate change, the future for our kids is not looking very rosy. And sorry to end on a depressing note, because usually I actually end with a bit of humour. Returning to the old normal would be good in the short term, but terrible in the long term. And I think that's where the focus has really got to be, what the shape of the new normal is going to look like.
Well, hopefully Mario can end on a joke. Go on, Mario, have you got any final thoughts?
Oh, I have a very positive message a very positive call to make. I think that's, I mean, Lucas' plan is great. I was very happy to listen to them from the original person that were involved. I think that now we need to make an effort in terms of communication, because if you ask around Lucas' plan, nobody really knows. I know that there is a lot of people, especially young people like me, like most of the people that are listening now. They have a lot of energy, and they are just looking for alternative messages. I think that we have to make an effort, also in the factories, in the old style, like also like communicating this stuff in the factories, try to create bridges between academia or a forum like the degrowth movements and the workers, like in the 70s in Italy, for example. This was very common. We need to make an effort in communication, because especially I'm talking from the degrowth community, our communication was not always very efficient. Sometimes the message that we can communicate is a negative message, reduce, come back to a past, an ideal past that doesn't exist. I think that people like the Lucas Plan, or example like the Lucas Plan, can have a very positive and optimistic message, despite the fact that was a failure, in this sense. So I think that there are a lot of people like us that are willing to listen to this kind of message, and we have to invest more in communication.
I couldn't agree more with you, Mario. I completely agree. Well, I just want to thank you all. It's been an absolutely amazing discussion. I've learned a lot and been really inspired. So thank you all for taking the time to join us. And Yeah, this recording, I'm not sure where the recording's going to end up. John, do you know where the recording's going to end up for people who might want to share it? We can communicate that to you after the fact. But thank you so much for joining us. And yeah, hope it's not raining where you are as much as it is where I am. And I hope you enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you very much, Maeve.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
You. Thanks, John.
Bye. Ciao. Hasta luego.
See you, Mick.
And yeah, hope it's not raining where you are as much as it is where I am. And I hope you enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you very much, Maeve.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
You. Thanks, John.
Bye. Ciao. Hasta luego.
See you, Mick.
And yeah, hope it's not raining where you are as much as it is where I am. And I hope you enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you very much, Maeve.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
You. Thanks, John.
Bye. Ciao. Hasta luego.
See you, Mick.
And yeah, hope it's not raining where you are as much as it is where I am. And I hope you enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you very much, Maeve.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
You. Thanks, John.
Bye. Ciao. Hasta luego.
See you, Mick.
And yeah, hope it's not raining where you are as much as it is where I am. And I hope you enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you very much, Maeve.
Thanks,
Thank You.
everyone.
Thanks, John.
Bye. Ciao. Hasta luego.
See you, Mick.
Hope it's not raining where you are as much as it is where I am. And I hope you enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you very much, Maeve.
Thanks,
Thank You.
everyone.
Thanks, John.
Bye. Ciao. Hasta luego.
See you, Mick.
of this colloquium on COVID, alternative livelihoods, degrowth and ecological economics. We've got an interesting panel for you for this session, which we're calling Reflections, Making Change Happen. This was originally going to be the final session of the colloquium, where we would look back at the input to this point and reflect on the ways forward. We're still going to do that, but of course tomorrow we've got a day devoted to arts interventions. So I will introduce the speakers as they're ready to speak. But first of all, I'll just say a little bit more about what we'll do. I've asked the speakers to do two things. Firstly, to reflect on the previous sessions this week and saying that they can really be as selective as they like in doing that. So I don't think it's going to be feasible to cover everything, but if people could pull out the real kind of highlights and learning points for them, critical issues that they've noticed and identified during the discussions so far. And then secondly, we'll be suggesting some priorities or possible priorities for the degrowth and ecological economics movements in the coming months and years in the context of COVID, climate change, and the general ecological, social, and economic crises that are confronting us. Okay, so I will introduce our first panelist, who is Vincent Ligy. Vincent, as you can tell from his name, probably is from France, but he's based in Budapest. He was an organizer of the 2016 Degrowth International Conference, and he's the author or co-author of Exploring Degrowth, a critical guide published by Fusion Press this year. His background is an engineer. He's also an interdisciplinary researcher and activist. He's the coordinator of Cargonomia, Degrowth Research and Experimentation Center and Cooperative for Sustainable Logistics with Cargo Bikes and Local Organic Food Production and Distribution in Budapest. And he's also one of the spokespeople for the French degrowth movement. So over to you, Vincent. Interesting to hear what you have to tell us.
So thanks a lot, Mark. Before starting to raise a few points based on what I could listen since the beginning of this symposium, I would like to congratulate you and your team and John and all the rest of the team for organizing this symposium. We should all have been together enjoying Manchester in these days, but the COVID-19 situation pushed us to reorganize everything, which has been quite challenging and a lot of effort made by the team. And I think it's been a big success, even considering all the technical challenge what you face and so on. That's the first point I wanted to raise. So what I could attend since the beginning really fitted with what I expected as a member of the Degrowth Conference Support Group, whose main goal is to organize every 2 years degrowth conferences and to do it in cooperation with Ecological Economics. We started somehow to cooperate years ago, mostly first with the European Society of Ecological Economics, because degrowth historically was more located in Europe, in the global north. And we always wanted to go back to what I think is a very fundamental pillar of degrowth, which is radical critics to development. And to do so, we always wanted to reconnect and to extend our connections and cooperation with Global South and movements from Global South who are critical with development. And International Society of Ecological Economics, from this perspective, I think is a good ally to go deeper and further in this dialogue and discussion. And it's what happened first 2 years ago in Mexico City, where both the conference, Degrowth conference in Mexico City, which was based on decolonizing our imaginaries and based on radical critics to development and radical critics to what development is as a cultural imperialistic tool which is a continuity of colonialism and so on, took place almost in the same time than the former International Ecological Economics Conference. And that's how I would say we could go through these dynamics and so on, and to cooperate together with Manchester. And I think it's been a success. When I see the discussion we had on the first day, the opening panel was exactly focusing on dialogue or convergence or cooperation, or how to be complementary, how to work together between ecological economics and degrowth. And a lot of questions has been put on the table. Also a lot of misunderstandings, because degrowth is bringing a lot of misunderstanding. We could see them arriving back again, and thanks to my degrowth colleagues who try to clarify a lot of misunderstanding about what is degrowth and what is not degrowth. So I repeat here, to be clear, degrowth is not the contrary to growth. It's more like a radical movement with a provocative slogan, trying to think out of the box, to think out of the logic of only reductionist quantitative approach, and to elaborate, to rethink new models of society, which would be based on other values. And we could have these discussions and so on. And from what was my main point in cooperating with each other, radical critics to development, I think yesterday it was a very interesting and successful afternoon, with a lot of people from indigenous communities, a lot of people bringing other views on the challenges that we face, in particular in this particular situation of COVID-19. And I could hear a lot of radical critiques to development coming from people from Maya communities or Sami communities, for example, which is very interesting to hear the point of view, which is converging with a degrowth approach, which started in Europe. Also, after the opening panel on the first day, and Suzanne, who will speak after me, participated in it, was focusing particularly in something which was really in the center of the debate, or what the COVID-19 revealed. The question of ecofeminism and the question of care work, and how it's been unfairly shared and also unfairly supported in our societies for decades. And to have a particular panel focusing on this issue with the collective FADA, which is an ecofeminist degrowth collective, what I really find interesting, and which was born, and I'm very happy with that, which was born during the degrowth conference in Budapest 4 years ago. It was very important to come back to that, because it opens a lot of questions which were in the center of the debates during the COVID-19 crisis, during the confinement that we all faced in the spring, and to around the question what we raised in our book, and around the question what we raised in several articles with my co-author Anitra Nelson, who couldn't participate today because she's in Australia, so she should be sleeping, I know, and I wish her a good night. About what really matters. The time of COVID-19 pushed a lot of people to suddenly realize how important are all these hidden tasks in our capitalist society, and maybe how we should put them back in the center of our organizations and so on. And to conclude, because I think I have a limited time and I hope I am not too long, the former session is also, I think, very important, and was very interesting to bring some questions about work, about production, about technologies, about how to reorganize the society. And I think it will be in the center of the discussion today, and it will be in the center of the upcoming discussion and the strategies for ecological economics and degrowth in the upcoming months, because I'm afraid we are about to face a terrible economic crisis, which will mean a lot of unemployment, and which will mean radical thinking about how to reorganize, how to decolonize also our imaginary, which is centralized around the work values and so on, which is centralized around capitalism and productivism and so on. And the key question will be how to rethink work, and how to reorganize an open dialogue with unions, with a larger part of society which will face with rising inequalities, how to rethink the way we identify what really matters, what are our basic needs, and how do we fulfill it in a meaningful way, and reorganizing our economies, and reorganizing our relationship toward work, toward care work, toward sharing the hard task and so on, and also protecting our communities. So I hope I was not too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, that was perfect timing. So some interesting points and a great overview of what we've done so far. I'll now introduce our next speaker, who is Susan Paulson. Now, many of you will have virtually met Susan earlier in the week. She was also part of the feminism and gender session. Susan explores how class, gender, and ethno-racial systems interact with environments. She's researched and taught in Latin America for 30 years, 15 of those living in South America among low-impact communities. She's currently based at the University of Florida. She's interested in conversation across difference within and beyond the classroom, and especially in workshops, and she's facilitated those in many countries. Susan is the co-author with a number of other authors of of The Case for Degrowth, which came out, I think, last year, Susan. So over to you.
Thank you, and thank you all to the organizers. So today, leaders around the world are scrambling to relaunch economic growth while media fuel antagonisms between economy and public health, jobs and environment. How can we reorient worlds around well-being and regeneration of life? I think people gathered here this week are working in many ways to make change happen. Some adapting policies and institutions, others widening epistemological horizons, many working to build healthier livelihoods and communities. I've been tracing historical adaptations through which social systems have been harnessed to facilitate economic expansion, and seeking change towards systems that might be more equitable and sustainable. Ethnic systems that do not racialize certain humans as inferior, justifying the appropriation of their bodies and natural resources. Gender systems that do not extol market production as marker of superior masculinity, nor relegate care and production to inferior feminine realms. At this conference, it's been wonderful to learn so much about class, gendered, and ethno-racial dimensions of our shifting economies and livelihoods. That attention allowed Annie Moon to show us higher rates of infection amongst Navajos versus whites, and established that 70% of her tribes live below poverty line. Selma James and Nina Lopez to advocate care income to address power distinctions between commoditized and non-commoditized workers. Today, we heard the Lucas Aerospace Combine talking about forging collaborations among white and blue collar workers. Starting with remarkably high COVID rates among men compared to women, I applied intersectional analysis to reveal that concentration in low income and non-white men, many doing essential work like sanitation, meat packing, truck driving, others confined to prisons, agricultural labor camps, migrant detention centers. So participants here, I've also heard them look critically at the historical genesis of these categories we're using to analyze the world and their ethnocentric limitations. Amid contemporary identity politics based on individual actors, Josephina Skirk said, "If I don't wear traditional clothes or speak Sami, I could assimilate to Swedish society and escape dissemination. But what about the land? For Sami, ethnicity doesn't make sense without territory." Brazilian Ailton Krenak describes the historic invention of race as a mechanism to dominate physical and social bodies as utility in the expansion of colonial production systems. This contrasts with indigenous senses of life as gift and informs Ailton's discomfort with financial valuation of ecosystems, which he conceives as life itself, not just economic utility. We've also glimpsed some ontologies underlying these social systems. Manuel May observes that whereas we Christian humans enjoy divine right to dominate nature, Mayans ask permission to impact any other being, each perceived as sacred. Felipe Milanez and Janet Carjoalca and others consider economies and livelihoods in frames of colonization. They're describing epidemics of the 1600s and COVID today as weaponized to advance conquest. Similarly, African-American Kevin Williams looks at modern policing as historical continuation of slave patrols that was followed by KKK. Co-learning across these really different points of view and life is vital to make deep change happen. So in our new book, The Case for Degrowth, written with Yorgos Kallis, Fede De Maria, and Giacomo D'Alisa, we advance policies, practices, movements for change, including in policy, Green New Deals, reduced working hours, universal basic income, supportive community economies. Well, planetary boundaries demand reduction in material and energy used by human economies. We argue that some infrastructures and activities actually need to flourish more, those supporting care, provisioning, solidarity, compassion. Wealthier nations have more than enough resources to look after everyone if economic systems are changed. So we'd like to slow down by design, not disaster. However, it looks like transition away from growth will be unplanned and messy, like the conditions we're all living through right now. Responses will require synergy across the many diverse perspectives and movements joined in this conference and beyond. And an immediate case for including degrowth in this allied front is that its fundamental practice, modest living based in care, cooperation, and sharing, is desirable in itself. Even with no victory in sight, people can exercise and embody lifestyles, institutions, and politics of degrowth worlds to come. In efforts to prefigure caring futures, our efforts to prefigure caring futures are described in the book's preface. I'll just read a little excerpt. Writing this book is an act of care. Care for family, friends, fellow citizens striving to contribute and find meaning in the face of historical challenges. Care for people and places around the world struggling to survive the burdens and damages of growth. And care for each other as collaborators and co-authors. As in any act of care, our efforts to produce this book ran up against limits and vulnerabilities of our individual positions, class, gender, disciplinary, cultural, and other. So I'd like to end today by connecting with the lovely talk by Anna Save 2 days ago on Feminist and Degrowth Alliance, exploring opportunities in the pandemic to change our world and our lives. So the group's letter begins, "The crisis we face as a global community must be understood not only as a public health crisis or an economic crisis of the capitalist mode of production, but also fundamentally as a crisis of the reproduction of life, a crisis of care, the work of caring for humans, non-humans, and the shared biosphere. This pandemic is a historic rupture, and we take this opportunity to reflect on how we can, from our very diverse positions, face this moment, organize, and collectively imagine radical alternative modes of living, those with more time for community, relationship building, and care for each other and the non-human world." Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are lots to think about there. And as you say, we have focused on the very many kind of divisions among humanity and the construction of those divisions over the weeks, and done that very critically. So let's move on then to our next speaker, who is Neera Singh. And Neera is Associate Professor at the Department of Geography and Planning at the University of Toronto in Canada. Her work engages with transformative possibilities for reworking human ways of relating to nature. Her academic scholarship on the commons, ecological care and caring labour derives from long-standing activist policy engagement with community forestry and environmental justice in India. Prior to coming to academia, she founded and led Vasundhara, a Bhubaneswar-based non-profit organisation, and she led the organisation for 13 years and continues to be actively involved in community forestry and forest governance issues in India. So, welcome to Neera, and over to you.
Hi. Thank you, Mark. And first of all, for organizing this amazing event. I mean, from whatever I've heard so far, it's just been wonderful. And I wouldn't, I would probably just focus on two key issues, which I've kind of like, not so much as summarizing, because I think that's, Susan did a wonderful job of summarizing the kinds of discussions we've had so far. I want to focus on some of the, one is this issue of misunderstanding that I'm hearing about degrowth. And, it amazes me that even in the first session on, in terms of conversations between degrowth and ecological economics, the panelists themselves were, especially like continue to misunderstand degrowth. And we continue to keep saying, oh, degrowth is not this, degrowth is not, in terms of like antagonistic to growth. And we keep repeating what degrowth is all about. And I kind of feel that that's really getting in the way of like really kind of taking this movement to the masses. And from that perspective, I really want to kind of emphasize on effective appeal of degrowth. How do we make degrowth as something which is, which has the same kind of an effective and emotional appeal as capitalism has? So we are countering a capitalist desire machine. And if to counter that capitalist desire machine, we need to make degrowth attractive. And we need to kind of emphasize again and again that it is about not in terms of like, it's not about shrinking of economies, but it is about expanding of life. And it's about, much more joyful, richer, fuller lives. So that's something that we need to do, and, something we really need to be thinking about. And I know we've all been thinking about that, but I just wanted to place this at the center of the discussion today. And the second, in terms of care, I loved the session in terms of like basically gender-based livelihoods and feminist ways of thinking about care. And I want to kind of like really emphasize that we need to talk about care as the, we are shifting from production-based economies to care-based economies, and care not just in terms of reproductive labor within the household, but ecological care work. So to talk about ecological care work at the center of and as a part of the future of work is really important and critical. We are at a juncture where the UN declared this current decade as the decade for ecological restoration. Most nation states are aiming to restore something like 350 million hectares of degraded lands all over the world. And almost like 1.5 billion people depend on these lands which are targeted for restoration. We are at, we are probably facing a crisis where people are not just going to lose land for extractive and mining industry, but also lose land for afforestation efforts. And so we are trying to kind of, seek answers to the kind of crisis that has been brought about because of plantation-based thinking by plantation logic again. And so instead of that plantation logic, we need to really have a system in which we can support community-based approaches for natural regeneration and talk about ecological care as care work that needs to be supported by, similar to in terms of care incomes. Instead of just wages for housework, we need to be expanding that to wages for ecological care work, which indigenous communities and people have been doing for a fairly long period of time. And I think also related to this is the issues of, related to when I talked about effective appeal of degrowth, if we can talk about convivial growth instead of degrowth, it's about kind of like, instead of talking about just always in opposition to the linear growth that capitalism relies on, if you're talking about the circle of growth and, that happens in nature in a much more general ways, that those are the ways in terms of think about conviviality and all kinds of things that really need to grow in terms of care, in terms of richer and fuller lives. I think the session on indigenous experiences was really critical in terms of like not just pointing out all the ways in which indigenous peoples and people of color and Black people are being disproportionately affected by COVID, but also in terms of like they can also help us in searching for openings from this crisis and to counter the ways in which we are kind of just, otherwise we are just, struggling to, unravel the story that has been fed to us. And Josephina Elton and Janet both all of them really kind of emphasized on that. And that's something where, so help to kind of think about building more joyful ways of being could come from indigenous communities and indigenous leaders. And the other issue that I have heard talked about less so in the conference has been the issues of subjectivities, in terms of like our ways of being and our ways of thinking are something that needs to be transformed. And if you're thinking about like my work focuses on, how do people learn to care, or how do people discover or rediscover capacities to care for more than human world. And what I find is that care is transformative. Care is not something that only enriches the person who's receiving care, but also transforms the person who's giving care. And so that's an opening in terms of like, if we really want to think about richer and fuller lives, when we have to bring care centrally into our lives, not just as something that is good for the society, good for the environment, but something that is good for us, because it makes us better humans. It makes us more caring beings. It nurtures the sense of being in common with the world. So that again is something that we should be emphasizing on. And in terms of how can we cultivate other than capitalist subjectivities? What are the conditions in which other than capitalist subjectivities are nurtured? How can we expand those opportunities? How, I think of the commons as sites at which these kinds of subjectivities are cultivated. So that would be another arena in which to focus on in terms of like expanding opportunities for encounters with nature and expanding opportunities for caregiving so that we can be transformed in that process. So those were, I think, the points I wanted to make, and I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Neera. Some interesting things for us to reflect on and discuss later there. So we're now going to go to Rajeshwari Raina. Is it Raina or Raina? I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your second name. And she is a professor in the Department of International Relations and Government Studies at Shiv Nadar University, Uttar Pradesh in India. And she says, during this difficult year, co-edited volume with Julien Francois Gerber on post-growth thinking in India has attracted attention. The research goal is to establish and explain the interface between development, environment, and knowledge. Questions about science, technology, society, relationships among them, the politics of knowledge and innovation, and the substantive relationships that underpin human and ecological well-being is central to her research. Her work spans research, teaching, and advisory roles within academic, governmental, and civil society organizations and networks. So over to you, Neera. Rajeshwari.
Hello, good evening, and thank you, Mark. It's been, well, an interesting 3 days, and well, I've learned a lot. I'll speak to the specific questions that you would ask, lessons for ecological economics and degrowth ideas based on what we heard in the past 3 days, and also about where we need to take these forward and what can we do about it. So in the general ecological or climate crisis is perhaps what I'm going to talk about. Well, very, very briefly, I mean, I just want to, and if time permits, I'll also speak a little about the science and technology part that I heard today, which was delightful from Phil, since talking about technology and work and how trade unions and as us as people with an understanding of what we want to do about our lives work towards a much more caring and sharing world. So our book, very briefly, it's called Post-Growth Thinking in India. Julien Francois Gerber, who has written a lot about degrowth and post-growth thinking, and I did this book together in India. But basically to say that India does not need to catch up, does not need to repeat the mistakes of the developed industrialized West or North or whatever we call it. India need not get into, India does not need does not have to create colonies or resource extraction, deprivation, and injustice within the country and elsewhere in other parts of the world. So, and India has a really rich and wide range of thought and action to choose from to enable a post-growth world. And I'll speak a little about what we mean by post-growth in the book later, again, if time permits. But what we heard in the past 3 days was absolutely fascinating. And some of these things some of these points made in various panels were very, very meaningful for ecological economics and the linkages between ecological economics and degrowth, which we need to work towards very consciously about some things that ecological economics has not handled very well thus far. For instance, Julia Steinberger spoke about urgency. Yeah. So how does ecological economics handle time? Yeah. What are the concepts of evolution, irreversibility, environmental politics? There's this web page put together by Malte Faber and others, called Mapping Interplay Between Nature and Economy. I mean, there are so many, let's say, small, meaningful concepts that have been explained there. Vikalp Sangam, which is basically translates as a confluence of alternatives in India. There are so many rich concepts that are discussed at the case studies in these alternatives that are given to us, basically as let's say, screaming for more academic engagement, especially from ecological economics, from various schools of environmental social sciences. I mean, in the first session, and here I must say that I also felt a little sad about that session, that we were going back, one step forward, two steps backward kind of feeling about what is degrowth and that kind of talk. I mean, I agree with what Neera was speaking about just now. Matthias's demand for strategic alliances, strategic alliances between ecological economics and degrowth, but also beyond. What are the other environmental social sciences that speak to us in ecological economics? What are the other environmental social sciences that offer lessons? I mean, I would, for instance, plead for more Weblanian institutional economics. Yeah, institutional economics that takes us into questions of let's say, what Janet, Annie, Josefina, and Susan mentioned Josefina's intervention today, we're speaking about, institutions, rules and norms that these communities, or let's say the Navajo Nation, Sami nationality, have perfected over time. How do you include and respect nature? I mean, rich lessons, but not, let's say, not fully explode concepts within ecological economics and degrowth. I mean, we need to kind of bring this out, and as Neera was saying again, make this appealing to the general public, to the ordinary politician. I mean, we know that we don't have, let's say, the astute, intelligent policymakers that we want, also caring policymakers that we want. But at the very least, we have to try and make this, let's say, bring out these lessons in a more, appealing fashion, in a much more positive fashion, because that's where the consumers' mindsets will change too. So fundamental to economics, for instance, I mean, what these communities presented yesterday and the day before, fundamental to economics, questions of limits, not of scarcity. The idea that society as social relationships, as communities with dialogues with each other, with democratic engagement. Today also there were two speakers who spoke about democratic engagements making these decisions. That society shapes, constructs and modifies every transaction between the economy and the environment. I mean, it's there. It's that we need to bring out more work on social systems in ecological economics and in degrowth. And that's, again, also strategic alliances with other social sciences, with other environmental social sciences that work on these questions. Political ecology, for instance, or conservation sociology. Where are these relationships? Why aren't we working with them? So conceptualization of joint production, social ecological systems and connectivities, meanings of use value versus exchange value. We heard all these in these discussions, especially from the indigenous communities. And the talk about sharing and caring and what it means. Shouldn't we be able to relate these presentations to, let's say, fund flow concepts in Judges Kirojan's work, Richard Norgaard's co-evolutionary sensibilities? Where are we drawing those relationships? We need to kind of re-emphasize these, present these in simple day-to-day language that people relate to. There's a lot that we can do together, especially forging these very strong and meaningful linkages that come out with ecological economics and degrowth working together in meaningful fashions. Actually, it's sad to say working together because they are in many ways mutually dependent, linked, well, expressing the pluralism that is needed in our understanding of our environment and our world. I mean, that's our economic world, that is. So in terms of priorities and ways to work, go ahead. I think some of these are important lessons. For me personally, you know, I work on agriculture, so my work is mainly on agricultural science and how we know the world, or how we know agriculture in a limited way through science and through various other ways, through various other knowledge systems, right? So marked by agriculture in India, marked by diversity, by adaptation capacities of various sorts, by variability and change, agroecological and historical specificities, and all these are very important points. And we need to kind of look at agriculture. I mean, I work with a big group of rainfed agriculture scholars, activists, civil society organizations, farmers, farming communities from different parts of arid India. So Indian agriculture is about 60% in well, rainfed systems, right? Not irrigated monocrops. So there are select experiments that are happening in this country, and these are experiments that are already forging strategic alliances that we heard in the first session. Yeah. So how do we bring these ideas of pluralism with dignity, and the idea that it's synchronized and not sequential growth, decentralized, well, social and economic systems that we want, and not a centralized, consolidated, well, as David Parkin's work told us in the 1980s. Yeah. So what is this internationalization of agriculture? I mean, what are we talking about? We need to bring this back to the local system. So, and ecological economics teaches us about substantialism and the real economy. We heard several cases of people working together to achieve this in the past 2 days. We also have a small experiment that's very new that started in India called Teachers Against the Climate Crisis, where a group of teachers have just come together, just as a small platform, but to make meaningful changes within this teaching learning community. I mean, how do we teach things differently? How do we get people to understand that many of these lessons that we have today are not there in our curriculum? How do we bring this to the curriculum? How do we get people to work on these? Both bringing these into well, environmental justice, for instance, is perhaps the biggest, well, linkage between ecological economics and degrowth thinking, and that's a big converging point. So how can ecological economics work towards preventing environmental justice crises, or preventing, or let's say, pointing out this is the tipping point where you will hit a conflict point. Let's not get there. Let's stop this. How do you avoid a tipping point of this sort? There are main questions of this sort that we can work towards, and many of these were discussed in the past 3 days. I'll stop here and wait for a second session if there is an opportunity, but thank you very much. Bye.
That's great. Thank you very much indeed. So we've got one further speaker who is Bathsheba Demuth, and Bathsheba is Assistant Professor of History and Environment and Society at Brown University in the USA. An environmental historian, she specializes in the lands and seas of the Russian and North American Arctic. Her multiple prize-winning first book, Floating Coast, An Environmental History of the Bering Strait, which came out last year, explores the past 200 years of energy uses, animal lives and human transformations in both the capitalist and communist Arctic area. Her interest in northern environments and cultures began when she was 18, moved to the Yukon territory, where for 2 years she mushed huskies, hunted caribou, fished for salmon, and otherwise learnt to survive in the taiga and tundra. She is currently working on a biography of the Yukon River from colonization to climate change. So welcome, Bathsheba. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Josh, for this introduction to the worlds of ecological economics and the degrowth communities. I should say from the beginning that I am neither an economist nor an ecologist, and I'm actually quite new to this kind of world of degrowth, and here as a very interested participant, but what I'm going to be saying today comes from the perspective of an outsider, and an outsider who's trained, as Mark said, as a historian. So my training is as a historian of the United States and the Soviet Union, And I am particularly interested in the ways in which both the socialist and capitalist worlds have interacted with environments and often have tried to extract value from them. And what I wanted to talk about today is some things that have come to mind in listening to the talks over the past 2 days, quite wrapped. They've been really interesting and I've learned so much. And what kept coming up for me, which is probably not surprising because I'm a historian, is a moment in the past. I think the moment that has come up for a lot of people this year who are historically minded is 1918 because of the influenza pandemic. And there have been, I think, many useful comparisons and parallels made with that period. But as I was listening to the panelists over the last couple of days, what's come up for me is actually an earlier period in the 20th century, 1915, or even as far back as 1905. And I kept thinking about this very early period of the 20th century in Russia in particular. And I've been thinking about it because this is a moment of extraordinarily sort of potent discontent and political foment in the Russian Empire. The Romanov family, who had been ruling that territory for considerably longer than the United States has even been a country, were starting to exhaust their political legitimacy with the people that they ruled in highly diverse territories that begin in Finland and end at the Pacific Ocean. So the sense that autocratic monarchy as a political system was starting to kind of grind to a halt. And for many people in the Russian Empire at this time, it seemed like nothing was working. The country was incredibly unequal. The serfs had been technically freed from essentially being owned by aristocrats, but there was still massive inequities between peasant labor, between the merchant class, and between the aristocracy. The country was less industrialized than Europe, had lower life expectancies, was less agriculturally sophisticated than the United States and other places that it compared itself to. And as other historians have argued, it was a moment that was incredibly full of people prophesying the end of the world, that this way of being could simply not continue. It was too unjust, too kind of riven with contradiction and human suffering. And I heard echoes of this when listening to the panelists over the last few days, this sense that time has run all the way out on our current way of living, whether it's the inequities of American colonization that Annie Moon discussed in terms of COVID-19 infections on the Navajo reservation, or the way that Kevin Williams brought in the legacies of slavery that are still lived in the United States today, to Selma James' reminders to attend to care, and in fact, that entire panel on kind of feminism and degrowth, emphasizing the ways in which care has been kind of eliminated from economic thinking and is now making a resurgence. And then, of course, the many voices that we heard from the continent we now call South America, discussing the ways in which colonization and racism and logics of extraction have transformed and are continuing to transform their lives. So in some sense, the kind of way in which people in Russia were imagining that the center could not hold in 1915 seems very familiar to the way in which people all over the world are speaking of that now. And in Russia, this obviously built into the revolution of 1917. I've spent quite a bit of time as sort of a professional hazard hanging out with the Bolsheviks, so to speak. And I take this from them. They were deeply committed to undoing the ills that they diagnosed in the Russian Empire and indeed in the capitalist world at large, and many of those same ills that we've discussed at this conference. Inequity between races, between genders, between ages, between people in different national communities. And when Lenin's party came to power in 1917, they ushered in this brief moment of tremendous, fabulous imagination of what the world might be. And many of the talks, I hear echoes of this again, a world where care is not invisible, but is central, where all lives are treated as equal, and a capacity to imagine justice and compassion as political platforms. And in that sense, I think there is something that we can learn from the Bolsheviks and their project. They really believed that it was possible to make a kingdom of justice on earth, and there are worse things to dream. I think there are also some cautionary notes, however. One is that the rupture with the status quo that allowed the Bolsheviks to come to power, even when the status quo was so terrible in Russia, took a kind of upheaval that was significantly more profound than the COVID-19 experience that we have had so far, which is deeply disruptive and very tragic. And as somebody who has had COVID and has one of these long cases that has trailed on for months, I can say, I'm not saying this lightly, but the kind of preconditions to revolution are not automatic. It took an incredible level of political turmoil within Russia, and it took people committed to taking out of that moment a new agenda for the way in which politics should be conducted. And I think we have heard people over the last several days speak to that very directly, the kind of need to take advantage of this moment and not assume that there's something automatic in the experience of disruption that we've had in the last 6 months that's going to transform our world. The other thing that the Bolshevik case makes very clear, and that I think has come up again in some of the remarks already this morning, is that economies are ideological projects and political ones. The way in which academic life can sort of silo an economics department from a department that studies politics, from departments that study human culture, are not in fact how we live this. And the Bolsheviks were very committed to the idea that socialism was not supposed to be a part of life, but all of it. And that is that we need to change the world through concrete policies, but also through ideological views. And here again, I'm echoing some of our previous speakers this morning. And kind of where I'd like to end this is in thinking about the kind of ideas that need to motivate us and how they seem so different to me than the ones that motivated the Bolsheviks, as much as I sometimes find them inspirational in their commitment to their cause. And that is that the kind of justice that socialism, like capitalism, if you can imagine capitalism as just, tries to bring to the world, imagines kind of the space in which justice can take place as restrictively and purely human. That is, the people or the beings that we are taking care of are really restricted to human beings rather than to larger ecological spaces. In the Bolshevik case, as in the capitalist case, this kind of emphasis on taking care of human beings ahead of everything else leads to logics of extracting energy and other resources from the non-human world in ways that actually undermine our capacity to bring justice to anyone, and certainly to bring wealth only to a very few. In the Bolshevik case, this allowed kind of the construction of this idea of a beautiful utopian future. And the task that I think sits before us, or that I have taken away from listening to the talks over the past few days, is the kind of critical point of thinking of a politics that can imagine a world that we want to live in and build together. It's not based on ideas of linear growth, but instead can construct that same sort of ideological drive and real capacity to inspire commitment from people out of one that takes the cyclical rather than linear nature of human life and life on the planet more into account. That is, having an ideological framework that's a way of envisioning a future that embeds people in the diverse forms of life that support us, rather than imagining economies and human politics as something that floats above that ecological world and is separate. And I think these are things that all of the speakers have touched upon in very different ways, and that will require what is to me really exciting intellectual and political dexterity of all of us in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So those were really excellent overviews and perspectives. For me, a number of things kind of came out sort of which overlapped between speakers. So we had people reflecting on a degree of frustration, really, in terms of the need to keep clarifying, explaining, and dealing with misunderstandings and misconceptions. And that, in a way, also connecting to the urgency of the of the agenda that we're faced with, that we don't have time. As the chief sort of said, time is run out, but also that that means that there's a huge political kind of challenge and a communication challenge for degrowth and ideas that come from ecological economics, for example. How do you get those over in ways that are attractive while also building movement? There was a big emphasis, I think, across all the reflections on learning from other traditions, from other peoples, from other perspectives. And also, I think some of the you speakers were kind of pushing the envelope on that as well. So we've already heard, for example, about moving beyond the alliance between degrowth and ecological economics, but also bringing in indigenous worldviews, decolonization, perspectives on care. I mean, one thing that occurred to me, for example, was that I haven't heard a mention of permaculture, for example, in this whole conference so far, and yet that is structured very much on care for people, care for the planet, care for the earth, as a kind of almost like sort of meta philosophy that underpins the whole thing. But also the work of people like the little known German Costa Rican economist and liberation theologian Franz Hinkelnet, who asked the question, well, what would happen if you tried to structure the discipline of economics and the discipline and the governance of the economy in terms of the reproduction of life, in terms of the centrality of life, which I think is a really interesting idea to rethink perspectives. But also, I think, as Rajeshwari sort of mentioned, there are a number of other intellectual resources that we haven't even begun to consider here in terms of other disciplines, institutional economics being one of them. And also then kind of pushing the envelope in terms of this isn't just about humans, but it's also about nature, about other species, about other systems and existences. So those, I think, were all very, very profound points that have come up across the contributions so far, and indeed across the conference to date. So what I would like to do now is give the speakers just a brief chance to respond to anything that any of the other speakers came up with. And I'm going to give you, I think, just 2 minutes each to do that. So really concise points. And I'll ask each of you in turn to do that. And then we'll open it up to general questions from the audience. And again, a reminder, if you can, to use the chat function on Zoom, which you'll find at the bottom of your screen. And if you type the questions in, indicating, if possible, who the question is orientated to, if that's appropriate, using block capitals for the person's name. It just helps us to kind of analyze and prioritize the questions. Thank you very much. So over to Vincent, I think, again, in the first place, we'll go in the same order before.
Thanks, Mark, and thanks everybody for this very brilliant point. So it's a bit frustrating to have only 2 minutes to reflect on that. I would take time to open the debate on every point which has been raised. So I had to decide on the list of the things I wanted to share, and I will focus on what was a bit addressed to me maybe by Nira, because I am a degrowth activist for 15 years. I am from France, and degrowth started in France with that provocative slogan, which is a bit absurd, décroissance. And the point I would like to share, and we develop a bit in our book with Anitra, this historic part of the world. And I think it's an important part. And what is very interesting in the history of décroissance in France, that it was invented as a provocative slogan by somebody who was a project manager in a marketing advertisement corporation. And he did choose this word because he was seeing how sustainable development was used by his former colleagues to keep on doing the same in pretending that we are questioning the system. And he thought And he said that knowing how the system is working, dominated by advertisement, dominating by communication, dominated by a strong tool of manipulation of our imaginary, and very strong and effective tool. And the guy I'm speaking about, Vincent Chenet, is also very good in psychology, social psychology, psychoanalysis. So he knows very much how his colleagues dealing with communication every day are playing with our brains, are manipulating our brains to somehow empty from its content every slogan and so on. And for 15 years, I've been a degrowth activist and I've been dealing with degrowth and so on. I've seen, I don't know how many positive narratives of slogan being totally co-opted by the system. And I heard about, and I will be provocative, I heard about convivial growth. But unfortunately, you can see nowadays already some advertisements selling you cars in the name of convivial growth, that you see a wonderful family happily riding bike in the forest together, and they go with the car to the forest to do so and so on. And we are a bit in, we have to face this challenge and contradiction that on one hand, we see behind degrowth a lot of very positive slogans, ideas, emancipation, justice, care, whatsoever. I can use a lot of very positive words and so on, but somehow we also need to have this tool, which doesn't have to be everywhere all the time. It's not like a new religion. It's not like a fetishism of the world and so on. But I think degrowth is a fantastic tool to be connected to a lot of other types of slogan, a lot of other type of networks, group, ideas, flags, narratives, and whatsoever, to always be there, to always push you to question what you say, to avoid to be co-opted, and to avoid to fall into simple solutions, false solutions, which will create even more problems and so on. What we could see in the last 2 decades with a lot of slogans like organic, fair trade, inclusive, smart, convivial growth, sustainable development. I mean, I could have a lot of slogans which have been invented and which were just making the system to still do the same in pretending to do something different. So I would argue for keeping degrowth as a fantastic semantic tool, but also to be flexible. I heard the word dexterity, sometime to be able to use other type of word and to always find the balance. And that's why I think degrowth makes sense when it's articulated into a horizontal open network, where we don't really know where are the borders, but it's really the idea to always provocate, to go deeper into the debate, what we are doing today, and to connect the people, why debating, why opening even more dialogue, which is quite demanding, but unfortunately we have to go through, because we are facing complex problem, and you cannot solve complex problem with only very simple positive slogan. You have to go to type of demanding work, intellectual work, discussion, and clarify the things.
Thank you very much. And over to you, Susan.
Wow, I agree with Vincent that there's just so much to talk about. I wish we could all be together in a bar all night long. Anyway, I'll start with one thing that really prompted my thoughts when Bathsheba observed that the magnitude of disruption that pushed the Russian Revolution was so much deeper and greater than what we've lived now. And my way of understanding that really is something that everyone here mentioned, that economies are not only material, but always also ideological, political, subjective. And I live in a country where our president told us that our economy was the greatest in the history of the world. And then we got hit by COVID, as if it was this totally external thing. And I see that if we believe that, we're never going to have a Russian Revolution, not even close, because we're just not in the frame to think about COVID as coming from the ecological and economic dynamics and trends that we create and choose, right? As did HIV, SARS, MERS, etc. So I'm sort of struggling to think, how can we reframe things so that every newscaster and every newspaper doesn't continue to repeat that we got hit by this external meteor that was COVID, and instead say we produced the conditions for this pandemic, right? And we're living them. And one thing I've been thinking about is, for example, the plague in Europe. The plague, which over centuries happened, right? But I mean, our understanding in retrospect is that population density, desperate conditions for workers contribute to this kind of situation. But it took centuries of repeated outbreaks before people responded by getting public health, water systems, and also so many people died that workers could demand more dignity and more right in order to improve their living wage slightly, right? Will it take us centuries? I mean, this again, I'm getting back to this idea that people brought up about time and the urgency, right? I wouldn't like to be suffering these waves for centuries and continuing to say, oh, it's so bad that this outside thing hit us. Let's power through with our status quo, right? So that's one thing I'm thinking about.
Thank you, Susan. So Neera next, and before I bring you in, Neera, I need to apologise. I didn't mention your book when I introduced you before, which is co-edited with S. Kulkarni and N.B. Broom, and it's called Ecologies of Hope and Transformation, Post-Development Alternatives from India. So again, it's another one to look out for. And I'll put up those books later on at the end for people to refer to. Although they're also on the panelist information document, which you can access via the Eventbrite site. So you can find all the information about people there. And I did edit what some of you said about yourselves as well in the presentation. So over to Neera.
Yeah, Vincent, I was just trying to be provocative, and I have myself written a article kind of making a case for degrowth even for the global south. So basically saying that as a provocative slogan, it's not something that usually in terms of like this kind of a binary between global south and global north, kind of trying to dismantle those binaries and kind of really say that it is an absolutely useful and provocative slogan. But it is also, I mean, I was frustrated when I heard Beena Agarwal kind of talk about, okay, fine, global, in terms of we still need growth because, we have poverty and, we need to be addressing those kinds of issues. While, I definitely strongly feel that we do have a case for degrowth even in the global south. And so in terms of like what needs to grow and the ideas about linear growth versus cyclical growths are something that are relevant universally all around the world at this particular point of time. So I was just trying to be provocative. I've, nothing wrong with kind of like, and I use degrowth so extensively in my classes. But I think the idea is also to kind of effective appeal of trying to focus on, more joyful lives rather than shrinking of economies, and which is what people generally kind of like, think about when they think about degrowth. So that's all, and back to the others. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was delightfully sweet, rather short. Rajeswari, you're next. You need to unmute, please.
Yes, thank you. I did. Yeah, okay. Very, very, very briefly. I mean, yes, I have. I said I would like to come back on the question of science, which I couldn't resist once I heard Phil speak about in the previous session, in session 6, on the relationship between work and technology. At the IC conference in 2018 in Puebla in Mexico, we had actually included, I was one of the board members at the time the concept note was organized and so on. So we actually put science in the agenda to discuss science and the scientific basis of many methods and measures and so on. That was the least manifest, least represented in the conference. And today, given our crisis with growth and all these issues that we have, we have to address the question of science and technology as something that is, again, not just about capitalism. Look at our so-called communist countries. They're also, as Bathsheba rightly pointed out, are completely taken over by this kind of, well, let's say, fascination with technology. We can, and therefore we ought to. Yeah. So because we can burn these forests, because we can cut these down, we ought to. I mean, that's the way. I mean, every nation state today is behaving, irrespective of whether they are capitalists or communists or whatever else. We heard some of the communities speak about this. So they wouldn't figure in any of the science policy dialogues or the so-called international assessments, which have science policy platforms and so on. So there are many questions about how legitimate these platforms are. The institutionalized frameworks that we have now, science policy frameworks that we have now, how legitimate are they? I mean, how do they represent all of us? I mean, how do they represent different ecosystems? Who are we talking to? And I think that is something that we need to look at very carefully. At least at the next conference, we should bring that in as a major component of our dialogue. I mean, coming back to what Vincent was saying, solutions that come from communities and with community participation has to work with the state. I mean, we have to find, there are a few examples in India where there have been intelligent policymakers and local governments working with these local communities, and that way there is some silver lining there. I'll stop here, but just say that, you know, we have a much bigger agenda for the next conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Shiva, to round up.
This is going to be a hard task in 2 minutes, but it seems like to pull together what a couple people have said, what Susan have said, and what Rajaswari said in her opening remarks about the need not only for kind of technical solutions or ways of modeling economies and ways of understanding how ecology functions, but also to have kind of a subjectivity shift or a way in which there is an ideological change. One thing that I have found to be hopeful on this front, as I've been on book tour and in my role working with undergraduates, is that there is a real hunger for that kind of changed thinking. I think that particularly the younger folks that I work with are completely exhausted by the models that they have been handed, and are completely aware that they don't work, right? If you were born in the United States, you know, around 9/11, the sort of first major political event of your life that most of my students now can remember is the financial crisis of 2008. And they are now watching another financial crisis. So the idea that this system is working, even for the students who are quite well off, is so patently a fiction. And I think the question and the thing that, you know, they are discussing amongst themselves is, what do you put in its place, and how do you not motivate them, right? They have plenty of motivation and they're interested in living in a world that doesn't look like this one. It's what are the models for taking the power for the models as they currently exist. And, you know, I think for myself and for them, you know, the options are somewhere between gradual change, which is frustrating and perhaps too slow for both the social injustice and the ecological injustice that we face, or revolution, which is very scary and doesn't necessarily turn out the way that people anticipate. But that the role of being able to articulate a world, and, you know, the words degrowth or ecological economics are part of that, but it's obviously a piece of a kind of bigger vision that can offer people a reason to change the way that they live now. Seems like a sort of potent call for all of us, and one that we can all contribute to in some way.
Indeed, thank you. So we're going to questions now from the audience, and I'm going to hand over to Valeria Andreoni, who's been monitoring the chat stream and can introduce the first question. You there, Valeria?
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, so we have different questions. You can see them from the right side of the screen. There is a question for Vincent. They say, I wonder if you have any talked about how to engage young in the degrowth movement, for example, from the global north. It's clear from the climate environment that engaging young into the emotional aspect of available future. So what might be possible for degrowth?
So I think we are very well with, and it provides me a lot of hope with the younger generation. And with our degrowth cooperative in Budapest Cargonomia, we welcome a lot of mostly French people from elite school from France, because I still have connections with France, and I see good dynamics towards that. And it's very amazing to see this younger generation, which is usually, because it's a reproductive system coming from the higher classes in France, understanding the challenges and say that we should stop everything. And there is a strong generational gap within these networks and so on. I taught and I gave lectures and talks in a lot of elite school in France in the last 2 or 3 years. And I can see a very big problem between the students and the content of what they have to study, between the students and their parents, between the students and their teachers, and even more between the students and the companies where they should go to work after studying and so on. And I really believe that we have a wonderful generation of, not everybody would agree among the generation with degrowth and the ideas behind and so on, but we have a lot of networks, a lot of young people who will be enthusiastic to construct the world of tomorrow. And it will require 2 things what they don't have, I think, right now. The first one, it's a space to experiment how to live differently, because all the real estate, all the money is in the hand of older generation. So usually they don't have so much capacities and facilities and accesses to spaces to experiment something different. So we should find a way to provide them that. And it's what we try to do with our cooperative in very low scale here in Budapest at Cargonomia. It's amazing to see how quickly they occupy the space to experiment, to create their own project, to bring their creativity, their critiques, and so on. And the second point, and I will be a bit critical with them because I've been very nice with them till now. The second point is that it's, and I already speak like old goose, even if I am only 20 years older than them. On the contrary to my generation, where we don't have any sense of practice toward what we were very great to theorize, it's a bit the contrary to them. So what we theorized 20 years ago, radical critiques to our model, radical critiques to patriarchat, radical critiques to a lot of problems our society is facing, we were very bad in experimenting it or applying it in our everyday life. We had to learn a lot. And this new generation arrived with good practices, understanding about the problems and so on, but the lack of political theory to understand much better the challenges what they face, and to politically or even as a citizen to act in a constructive way. And that's where I think ecological economics, degrowth, and a lot of other network around us will be very helpful for them. And we need to cooperate with each other, where the old generation of degrowth are very great in writing books. The old generation of ecological economics are very great in writing academic papers, and the young generation brings the practice. So together we could do great things.
Thank you. And there is another question for you that I think that follow your discussion about the role of advertising. And it is about your recommendation against cooptation is reinforcing a common narrative with other social movements. Do you have any other suggestion to avoid that?
I already spoken enough, so maybe somebody else could reflect on that.
Okay, we have a couple of questions for all the panel. So one is about language and how language is important to promote an idea. So there is, for example, the system has misused all alternative one, like sustainable, green, clean, and so on. So what about to appropriate the positive word and the twisted in the real sense that they have? For example, for instance, sexy use as do you think flying private jet are sexy? Really? So it's like how the role of language can be used in order to promote the grow in a better way. If anyone want to discuss something on that.
I would like to say something. And, in terms of, I think it's, I think this was also in response to this suggestion about convivial conservation, degrowth, growth. And, in terms of like, if we shy away from words that are appropriated by the mainstream, then we are left with very little words. Value, for example, I mean, in terms of like people kind of say, we shouldn't be talking about value because it's been, so misused, because, the ways in which economists talk about value is so different from in terms of what we talk about in terms of, valuing life. But that doesn't mean that we let go of important words just because they are appropriated. So that's something that I would like to talk about. And I would also like to comment a little bit on, the involvement of youth in degrowth and similar kinds of movements. And I think if we can talk about ecological repair, healing work as the work of our times, and kind of like motivate youth as the work that is, in the climate justice movements and climate action movements, youth are actually taking on those roles and they're taking on that responsibility. But it is also needs to be presented as a tangible employment generation activity where, you can actually have a lot of work, the future of work, which is in terms of with work diminishing, the future of work lies in ecological repair and healing work. And so that could be one ways of in terms of involving the youth. And I'm not just talking about educated youth in the global north, but I'm also talking about, ways of tackling issues of mass unemployment in the global south, and finding ways in which creative energies of the youth can be channelized into work, which is critical for our times. Stop there.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to add something on that? No, so I can move to the other question for all the panel, and is a question about redistribution of wealth. And he was asking about if you think that wealth is necessary for the social, economic, and political transformation, and which are your thoughts about universal basic income and wages? Is it possible to implement this idea on a large and global scale?
I can start with the first.
I can, oh, sorry, yes.
Thank you, Valerie. I'll just make a quick link here. I definitely think universal basic income, universal services are key to ecological and social change. I want to make a link to your last question about language. I think the word redistribution is poison and we should not use that there. People, at least that I know, students, they think it means taking wealth away from hardworking people who deserve it and giving it to lazy losers, right? So one way that I'm thinking about it is that's investment in the greatest wealth of nations, not cash, but human and other natural resources, right? Investment in ecological care work, human care work, regeneration of life. And so, maybe I'm prostituting to what sells, but investment in life sounds better to me than redistribution of someone else's money. And things like minimum maximum wages can change the rules of the market. And so we don't contribute to generate this unequal distribution and then have to redistribute and people complain that we're taking money away. So I'll pass it on to other people. I know we've all been thinking about these policies.
Maybe if I could just intervene quickly, I'm a bit of a skeptic about these approaches, universal basic income and so on, partly because I'm not sure how sustainable and resilient they're going to be under conditions of societal collapse and collapse of the state and of the delivery power of the capitalist system, the creation of value and so on. But there is quite an interesting project called World Basic Income. I don't know if people have come across that. We can share the link to that because they're talking very much about making available a very basic income globally, but particularly focused on the poorest people. And that's very much based on the experience, which I do find quite persuasive, that actually putting money into people's hands is one of the best ways of helping people. It's well worth a look at their work.
Can I just come in on this redistribution point just for a second? Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So in a country like India, I mean, we've this figure that we've also used with this book, the richest 1% own more than 70% of the wealth created, yeah? So that's where we are. And if any of you, I mean, I don't know if any of you watched this, I mean, it was the worst humanitarian crisis that this country has faced. I mean, we often say that it was partition, but I think this one was much worse, the post-COVID time. 4 hours given to lockdown, and people had to walk, I mean, 1,000 to 3,000 kilometers. I mean, we're talking about thousands of people, migrant workers in their own country. Why? Because work is far away. Work is in some other urban slum, not in your villages, not in your locations, not in your local spaces where you know your resources. Yeah. So this humanitarian crisis, so dignified work and redistribution, both are essential to the future world. And how we achieve this is something that we have to work on. It may not be a revolution, maybe, yes, but there has to be other, I mean, there have to be other ways of working this. And if it takes a revolution of sorts in terms of our thinking, in terms of our work styles, in terms of wealth redistribution, then so be it. But we cannot continue like this. This is a sense of urgency that we heard in the first session too. Time is of essence. We need to study questions of time, intra-seasonal variations within a farm. What is the concept of time there? Millions of years of fossil fuels buried beneath the earth that we're extracting out. So we need redistributions of various sorts. Yeah? And I think it's not just a question of redistributing wealth, but redistributing work, labor commodity proposition in economics. Who gave us that? I mean, why are we still, well, whether we are socialist or capitalist economies, we're all stuck to the labor commodity proposition. And that's absolute nonsense. And everybody knows that. We need to address these things too. Redistributing those are important too. I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to add something?
Yeah, I'm happy to reflect on these points because in the French degrowth movement already 10 years ago or even more emerged an idea influenced by unconditional basic income, but also with the idea on how to decommodify our economies and how to re-embed the economy. And we end up with that proposal, which is called unconditional autonomy allowance, which is somehow a type of unconditional basic income. It has the same principle that we think that unconditionally everybody on earth should have the right to have access to all the resources which are necessary to have a decent life. But we decommodify it. So it's not given only in euros or pounds or dollars or in cash, but it's given in a rights. It's given in accesses to some commons in public services. So it's related also to unconditional basic services and so on. But what is very important, I think, it's also that it can be totally relocalized. It can be totally decentralized. It can be totally constructed from bottom up. That it's something which could be implemented starting for example, with a movement locally fighting for water and to make it turn into a common, rethinking another type of democratic process based on deliberation toward this common. And based on that, you can start to distribute water for free till a certain amount of liters of water for everybody. And above that, you go into a logic of business where you pay a very extensive price. And in the time of COVID-19, people started to realize locally what really matters and how we became in our Western society totally dependent on a very long supply chains, which are totally unsustainable. And I think here we have a fantastic tool through this idea of unconditional autonomy allowance to step by step, based on transition, reconstruct locally based on reinventing democracy based on deliberative democracy to question what really matters, what are our basic needs, and how to fulfill these basic needs for all as locally as possible. So it's also based on another idea which emerged from the French degrowth movement, what we call open relocalization, that we have to relocalize our economies, we have to relocalize our life, our imaginaries and so on, but it should be open. So we should open the borders more than ever, because we also need more than ever types of solidarities and a type of dialogue and exchange on good practices and so on. And this unconditional autonomy allowance is fitting with all these degrowth principles, and also achieving what are the good principles behind unconditional basic income without falling into some problems which could emerge from unconditional basic income, which would adapt very well into a neoliberal or capitalistic system we are in right now.
Can I say something? Yeah. So I also want to say that it's, redistribution is also closely connected to revaluation. So, in terms of valuing differently what is important. And so, the wealth that people enjoy, which they think and kind of like fear that would be redistributed to someone else, is a product of a value regime. Once you question that value regime, wealth automatically gets redistributed. So if you talk about value and, how we value things and what kind of value regime is underpinning our economic systems, we would automatically have redistribution.
I would just add as a tiny note, I think in some ways what we're talking about is actual distribution of wealth, at least in the country that I'm living in right now. It's so concentrated in so few people. We're talking about sort of the most basic layer of providing, what we call a social safety net or something else, rather than this intensive concentration of wealth amongst a very, very few individual people. So to get back to Susan's point that redistribution, at least in the United States, sets off, people's sense that, the pitchforks are coming for them. We're actually just asking for the basic capacity to move money through society so that it can function. But which does leave it very open to kind of returning to a neoliberal order, because we're...
But one of the logics with which that money needs to also move is, for example, the water that we're drinking. I mean, sorry, you're drinking water right at this moment. is a function of ecological services provided by someone somewhere else. And it's not just nature's work. It is a hybrid labor that happens because of nature and people working together to create those services. So if you have to really value that and pay people who are providing that, then there would be a lot of redistribution happening from that perspective as well. Even though, yes, there's accumulated wealth that needs to be redistributed or reparation needs to happen. And so all of that needs to be there. But I just wanted to kind of flag this issue of value also here.
Yeah, can you hear me now? There is another question just arrived on the chat from Alexander, just a second, that is thinking if, do you think that land reform is a good way to create self-reliance and security? And this for all of you. Anyone would like to comment on this?
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
So yes, land reform is important, and having your own piece of land to be able to cultivate, to produce your food, it's very important. But then let's also face the fact that small farmers, in the current system, having a parcel of land doesn't mean very much, because it's like let's say tying your hands and legs up and throwing you into a well. Yeah, because the system doesn't support smallholders. The system doesn't support, learning that the smallholders have, the substantive knowledge that a farmer would have. So if you're just given a piece of land with nothing else to support you, then it's meaningless. So land reform is meaningful. For instance, the way it happened in Taiwan, for instance, 98% of land was redistributed. Right? And land reform did work. Surplus was created for a particular, economic order, which may not be what we want now. Yes, definitely. But land reform works when the state works with people. When the state engages with production services, with knowledge, the local knowledge that can be mobilized locally, then it works. Land reform, just as redistributing a parcel of land, doesn't work.
I would say in the United States that land reform, I mean, if I was to be elected president of the of everything and would be able to make these kinds of decisions, is that land reform would need to come with a very decolonial emphasis, since the way that land is distributed, particularly in the American West, is the result of a settler colonial logic that displaced people by taking their land, and that thinking really hard about land reform would actually include returning the kind of political control of that land to the people who historically have had the longest sense of stewardship over it, and the kind of deepest connection to it. And that obviously is different in countries that don't have the kind of colonial present that the United States does.
Thank you. Yep.
I'm happy to say a comment. We spoke about the 1917 Russian Revolution earlier in this discussion, and I'm afraid that we are back to what was a key challenge for that, to re-question property rights and to re-question how some properties were appropriated in a violent or illegal or unfair way in the past. And I think we are back to such a situation where we speak about land, where we speak about wealth, when we speak about access to a lot of facilities, and where we speak about the commons. We will have to re-question radically property rights and to promote against property right another type of condition for accesses to these all these facilities, all this land, all these commons, and so on. And the key question, I think, for this question of property rights is how to achieve it in the less violent way as possible, because history has proved to us that usually when you start to question property right, it turns into something very violent. You can create even more frustration, violence, and you have violent feedback towards that, and so on and so on. And I think here we should really explore more type of much more local direct democratic movements based on municipalism, based on deliberative democracy, and so on, and to implement type of dialogue on how to reappropriate a lot of spaces which are used now for toxic purposes, and to orient it for other type of even not ownership, but deliberative management of these places for other type of activities which would be meaningful. And I think that's really one of the key challenge. And we could see that in a time of COVID-19, where some countries, some regions started to lack of medicine, started to lack of mass, started to lack of some basic resources for the local population, and so on. How collectives self-organize themselves to reappropriate some spaces or to produce what is needed for the local communities, and so on. And that the direction we should push for, and to think about how to achieve it in the less violent possible way as possible, but it would be very, very challenging.
Thank you.
Come in there briefly. There's been quite a growth of pieces of work and analyses of land ownership in the United Kingdom. And this is a rich core country, and yet land ownership goes right to the heart of the system. The creation of the urban proletariat is based on land grabbing, on enclosure, on people losing their access to land and to commons. And land is incredibly concentrated in a small number of hands in this country too. And that land grabbing, that enclosure, worked in tandem with the process of colonization in particularly the Americas, and then later in other regions. One of the proposals that's been become really quite popular here, and again we're talking about potential alliances, is the proposal for land value tax, which goes with the reform of the taxation system, which begins then to get to the heart of taxing wealth rather than taxing income, because taxing income strategies there leave a lot of the structure of the quality unaddressed. And I think that's an interesting idea. And I don't know whether there is scope for an alliance in terms of land value taxation and land value reform. It's relevant to this debate.
Can I also say something here? So I think, when we're talking about land reforms and land distribution, we haven't, we mostly kind of think about in the context of private lands, but don't think about public lands as much. And so a lot of in terms of like, especially with conservation, when conservation organizations are talking about bringing half of the earth under conservation, then in terms of, property rights and those kinds of contexts really become important. And while indigenous people have been saying, we don't believe in this, this notion of property rights with regards to having ownership over a piece of land, they don't necessarily think of land as a property in those respects, but when it comes but you need protection against somebody else coming and taking your property away from you. So you need some kinds of protective measures to secure your rights, maybe rights not to kind of own and exploit, but right and duty to care also needs some degrees of secure rights. So, those are the kinds of even while we rethink property rights, we need to kind of really create space where indigenous communities can exercise their duty to care over the territories of life that they have valued and they have been caring for over periods of time, especially, with conservation also becoming a major threat to take over of these lands.
Thank you. If you can just add something more about this topic is a very good example that we have in Liverpool, where I base, is the 1 pound houses. I don't know if you have heard about that. So basically there are plenty of streets with abandoned house that they are kind of still good houses, particularly in the Welsh quarter, because it's where Welsh people move at the beginning of the century to Liverpool to work and to live. The houses has been kind of abandoned, and that now it's like a state of nobody living there, and the houses are destroyed. So the city council with local association developed this project some years ago, and they were giving houses for 1 pound, but with the obligation to restore the house and to live there. You couldn't sell it. And what we have seen in Liverpool has been a proper regeneration of community on these areas, with people with different background and different cultural identity moving to live in this area. It has been a good way to restore, build the environment that was already there, and to create a sense of identity of people that were sharing something. So this has been, I think, a really good example of how to restore the environment that was already existing and creating a community. Okay, I think that we have kind of gone through all the questions that we had. There are a few more comments, but otherwise, if you would like to add something or some other question, just if you can unmute your microphone and just speak and see that right, since we still have a few minutes.
There was Valerie. There was an earlier question about from quoting Julia's comment about some sectors need to be shut down. I don't know if we did that question, but I thought that was an important question.
I might have missed it, so please free to answer if you have seen it.
No, definitely. I mean, I think in answer to that question about there was a question about Julia Steinberger saying that some sectors have to be shut down. And we have to find other ways of dealing with what we shut down. So yes, we have to. And I think there are alternatives that have been proposed right from the 1970s. I mean, in India, for instance, A.K. Reddy talks about, Amulya Reddy was a chemist who worked on alternative fuels and energy systems. And well, his work about decentralized rural energy systems and well, alternative models, I mean, that work in effectively with democratic participation of people, local biomass systems and so on. There are various sectors that could be shut down, and it's not lack of alternatives that is preventing these, well, opportunities to shut them down, and also to find the alternatives to make other ways of working and living with other forms of energy and so on. And also the very important idea that we have to reduce, decommodify, yes. Amongst the 3 R's, reduce, recycle, reuse, reduce is the least, and I keep telling my undergraduate students too about this, that reduce is something that we need to do too, and we can do that. It's a very, very important point. I think we should emphasize that some sectors have to be shut down.
Thank you. Any more comments on that? No? Okay. Mark, if you would like to add something or to introduce the following part of the discussion.
Yes, I wonder if it's worth us devoting a bit of attention to an issue that came up in several of the contributions, which is really, I think, about the state that we're in of crisis, of uncertainty, of there being multiple possibilities, but also multiple dangers, and that the openings could very quickly close down, and there are some very sort of serious risks. I think the metaphor of the Russian Revolution and that pre and post-revolutionary period is an interesting one. I'm also think quite a bit about Britain in the 1970s, when again the Keynesian order was falling apart, and it looked like it could have gone in 2 very different directions. And we all know what happened. It went in the neoliberal restoration of the capitalist hegemony. I just wonder if there's further sort of thoughts and reflections on how we grapple as movements, degrowth, ecological economics, and associated movements, how we grapple and how we mobilize and how we communicate in this kind of, what Gramsci called the interregnum, the period where the old order is dying, but the new is not ready to be born. What are the strategies there? What are the strategies for building a movement and for combating incumbent power that is still there and very dangerous? Anyone?
I'm happy to share what's happened in France in the last months, starting from the Yellow Vest movement, which was quite inspiring movement and contradictory in the beginning. We saw that it was going against degrowth because it started with implementation of a fake so-called carbon tax. And after the movement, after the incredible police repression, violent police repression against the movement and so on, some people, including some people close to the degrowth movement in France, tried to push to implement what became the Citizen Convention for Ecological Transition. And 150 people were chosen by chance among the French population, type of representing the diversity of the French population, much younger, much older, different classes, farmers, hunters, NGO members, etc., etc. And they could work on several weekends, attending to a lecture made by a different type of experts. But you have experts which were coming from a pro-nuclear lobby, pro-chemical companies lobby, but also experts coming from NGOs or coming from IPCC or this type of network and so on. And in the beginning, it was very highly criticized because everybody thought how a bunch of idiots, 150 French idiots pulled by chance, would end up with anything meaningful, where all the experts have been working on what to do toward climate change for decades and didn't propose anything wrong. And even if it was not the most perfect condition of work, after a few weekends deliberating, they ended up with a degrowth political agenda, something which is much more radical than what the Green Party has been proposed for years in France and so on. And I really believe it's something which is really inspiring. I think in ecological economics, in degrowth for decades, we promote the idea to go more and more to direct democracy, inclusive democracy, deliberative democracy, and so on. And we had I've been involved in a lot of projects, research projects, action research projects, which were much more like local, low scale, and so on. And here we have one more evidence with an experimentation made on the level of quite a large state, France, which shows that if you provide the right space with trust, with time, with controversial information to the people, and you trust them to think and to debate, they would end up with something constructive and so on. And very often I say that the main role of degrowth is not to convince the people about the degrowth political agenda, but rather to fight for putting on the table the right question and the right environment, in particular, to create what the mainstream media and what the actual situation is destroying, to create a type of trust between the people, to have a type of deliberative democracy, which would end up to the right solution. Because based on my experience after giving, I don't know, hundreds of talks in a lot of environment all around Europe in the last 15 years, you never end up, except if you are with idiotic technocrats or French elite or this type of people, you never end up with a pro-growth agenda. I mean, we never seen demonstration of people for 5G or idiotic things like that. But on the contrary, if you provide the right space for the people to think and debate and so on, you end up with things which are much more meaningful. And I think it should be in the center of our political strategy to push for more and more and more deliberative democracy, and not only to try to impose our political agenda, but to put on the table what we think are meaningful questions.
Thank you. We have a few minutes, so there is another question. Yeah, just one about the role of trade and the relationship with degrowth. So if you can comment on that, please. Anyone would like to say something?
I could maybe bring it back a little bit to some, I see several questions lingering about basic income, also world basic income, which our Pope is promoting. And it has to do with questions of trade. Mark, I'm listening to you when you say what's going to happen with systemic collapse. Someone wrote here, well, doesn't basic income make people dependent? So I'm thinking of a situation now where people are dependent on markets, on world trade and local trade. And many of the people I know are selling their labor and their natural resources at extremely exploitative and arrangements and high sacrifice. And so what happens is when the trade systems change, or Mark, when the market collapses or when the system collapses, those people are screwed, right? Because they become dependent on selling their labor in these markets. Obviously, the problems also exist for a basic income, but there's one different way of looking at it. When world or national basic incomes operate, some people may choose not to engage to earn more cash, but to complement that small wage through community commons, through non-commoditized production of goods and services. And then that allows them to become less dependent on the market and on the variables of trade, and perhaps even more resilient to system collapse, because they've been complementing their small dependable wage to pay the electricity bill with other forms of livelihood and collaboration. So I think it goes both ways. I think there are problems with universal basic and world income, but there's also problems with being a slave to selling yourself and your natural world to the market. So.
Thank you.
I wonder, I asked a question to the gender panel about the care income and its ultimate undeliverability by capitalism. And I also wonder about basic income. I asked the question, we've got rather short shrift on the day, as to whether you could see it rather like a Trotskyist transitional demand. Now, I'm not a Trotskyist, so don't get me wrong here, but the idea that you make the demand, you push it as far as you can, you see what the system can deliver, but that also reveals the shortcomings, the contradictions of the system, which you then use further in social mobilization. I find that quite an attractive idea, and I could certainly buy into the idea of basic income with certain caveats, I think, but in those terms.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else would like to comment on that, or I can move to probably the last question if I haven't missed others. That was about property right and ownership in a context of degrowth. So if someone could comment on that, if you have anything to discuss on this.
I think the question related to whether we were confusing property rights and ownership, and property rights definitely is much more broader, and so it includes and it has caveats about duties, and so it's not a free right to do whatever you want to do. But still, in terms of like in indigenous cultures, you would have a very different conceptions of property, or even in terms of that relationship. So relating to land as an object to be owned or even have any kinds of property rights over versus land as a kin are different perspectives. So that was my point about in terms of like having, thinking carefully about property rights, yet know that some kinds of property rights and safeguards are important to safeguard local communities' rights, even though their ways of relating to it might be very different from modern conceptions of property rights.
Yeah, I think one way of thinking about this, or at least a way that's discussed in the North American context, is a difference between property rights as have been a part of American state making, which is to say granting people private individual property so that they can extract, often quite literally, value from that land in order to enrich themselves as individuals. And this is behind, the ways in which the continent was settled with, force by the American government, and is carrying over ideas of property that emerge out of the Enclosure Acts in England, versus thinking of sovereignty as a way in which people collectively have, the rights to live in a place and to have their laws and values upheld in it and not have it seized from them, but that are not about kind of parceling land into small pieces that necessarily are for the enrichment of individual families only. And I think that that's very much a North American debate in a lot of ways and looks different in other places, but kind of expanding property rights here away from, if I own a piece of land, I can do whatever I want to it, to if I own a piece of land, it's a piece of a larger project of stewardship and sovereignty that connects me with other people in the society that I am part of.
Can I just come in for a brief moment on this, just very briefly, also tying it to the question of trade. I mean, the question of trade, as in, there are markets and markets. I mean, there are exchange mechanisms throughout the world. We've always exchanged things, whether it's food, cloth, whatever. So there are different kinds of market mechanisms that operate, our exchange systems that operate in the world. And we need to rediscover the value basis of these. I mean, someone in this panel mentioned earlier about valuation, well, restructuring valuation too. So trade is trade as in not this kind of global trade that we see, but exchange mechanisms that are meaningful to different societies. And here again, the question of property comes in as nature does a lot of exchanges too. There is material, that is matter, energy, and information flowing through nature. I mean, I say this in my undergraduate class that, migratory birds, the ocean currents, I mean, they're all exchanging things. So mimicking nature and well, stepping out of the rights, well, or let's say claims to duties, will be a big step forward. That is, we have responsibility, a co-evolutionary responsibility with nature. That's something that will make, it's actually what we're worrying about today is human enhancement of climate change. Climate change may happen anyway, yeah, but we are pushing it way beyond its natural processes, yeah. So that's the scary part today, and we need to step back and look at some of these duties, responsibilities, different kinds of valuations, addressing, like somebody responded earlier about you know, just the monetary measurements and money and redistribution of money. It's not just that, or not just a question of trade. So we probably have to think about much more fundamental set of well, duties, responsibilities, care, and so on. So there are big lessons that have come out of this conference pointing to all these. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And that was a good point to end on. Thank you very much. We are out of time, unfortunately. I think really we probably needed a week to cover this, the depth and breadth that was really needed. But thank you everybody for your contributions, and thank you to the audience again for your contributions, both in terms of comments and questions. We're now moving into a special session, and I would like to introduce Clovis Cavalcanti, who will explain to you what the session's about. Are you there, Clovis? Hello? I know he's there because he answered me on the chat.
Eddie, can you hear me?
Yes, you're rather quiet. Hello, can see you.
Hello?
Okay, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mark. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of the Degrowth Ecological Economics for the opportunity to speak here, especially about introducing my admired friend Stuart Scott. I made a proposal to the organizers of this wonderful event to invite Stuart to do this presentation because I know that he has some important warnings to make. We met a few months after I was elected president of IEE in 2015. By the way, I make a parenthesis for clarification to pronounce the acronym of our society in English. I prefer the solution adopted in Brazil, not to spell, but to express acronyms always as a word. In our case, ISEE would be in English, IC. I like this coincidence. Seeing, perceiving reality as it is on a holistic fashion is a task of our society, founded by scholars who were against ignoring the ecological dimension in economic processes. Coincidentally, a challenge of this event is to open up the space for new possibilities for building alternative livelihoods and economies that can take us beyond a capitalist economy that requires ever-expanding growth. Will we go back to business as usual with all the ecological, social, and economic risks that will bring, or take the path towards a new kind of economy that provides for human needs of all while restoring and protecting the natural world that we all depend on? When I was IC's president-elect, my friend, Peter May, had the good idea to introduce me to Stuart because I wanted to do something in line with what the papal encyclical Laudato Si, published in May 2016, proposed. Stuart too. Our 2016 biennial meeting was shortly after the publication of the encyclical. Stuart and I met in Washington before the event. We soon began to think of a way to talk to Pope Francis and Cardinal Peter Turkson, the then chairman of the Holy See's Commission on Justice and Peace. Access to an audience in the Vatican with the possibility of talking to the Supreme Pontiff was achieved thanks to my good Argentine friend, Attilio Boron, a Marxist political scientist and atheist. A friend of his knew Francis' private secretary, Father Fabian Patocchio, an Argentinian, both economist and priest. Father, I got to the latter to Fabian Patocchio, an Argentinian, both economist priest, and asked about a meeting with the Pope. He told me, first of all, that we could choose a date to go to Rome. I said that the 23rd of November, 2016, among other possibilities. There was no guarantee of an individual conversation with the Pope. We would have to try a way to do that. To that end, the Stuart then came up with an interesting idea, thanks to UN Climate Conference with Archbishop Serafin Kikotis of the Greek Orthodox Church, his chief prelate in Zimbabwe, who could form a group of up to 5 people to go to the audience. I was going already with my wife, Vera, and Stuart. Kikotis then could be included. Stuart signed him up for IC, paying the annual fee out of his pocket. We went to Rome on the scheduled day. Kikotis, however, was unable to go, but his name was among ours on the list of those authorized for the Pope's audience with IC. Through these grooves, on the way of the meeting, speaking to the ceremonial authorities, Stuart managed to get us out of the crowd of 1,000 anonymous people to an order of about 100 who would be close to the Pope, and from there to the 25 who would speak to His Holiness. We entered St. Peter's Square with a white ticket, changed to a green ticket, and ended with a yellow one, which would take us to 25 seats marked in the first row of seats in the audience room. We would be the privileged ones to meet face-to-face with Francis. We sat down together with the Argentine ambassador to Costa Rica and his wife. When the religious part of the meeting ended, the Pope came to speak with us. I had 5 minutes before because my wife, Vera, didn't speak. 3 were left for Stuart, who had the support of the ambassador's wife in his plea. Stuart even handed to the Pope his business card. He previously prepared a set of papers for me to hand over to Francis, reinforcing what I was going to say. I spoke about IC, and Francisco showed interest to know what ecological
economics is. I explained quickly, speaking Spanish, and showed a brief text of mine on the subject, which was with the documents delivered. There was among them a request for a conversation with Cardinal Turkson, which we had not been able to obtain before. 4 days later, the Cardinal called Stuart and set the chat for November the 3rd. It did occur and became an excellent 1-hour conversation about the encyclical and what could be done in relation to it involving IC. We became friends with Turkson, which allowed Stuart to come back in April to the Cardinal with João Martínez Allier, then spending 4 hours talking about environmental injustice and conflicts, mining, destruction of the environment, and so on. Thus, Stuart played an important role in establishing a relationship between IC and the Cardinal Peter Turkson, the Vatican's point person on matters of ecology and integral human development. I mentioned this as an example of Stuart's importance in my IC presidency. He went on to provide me with strategic suggestions pertaining to how we might get ecological economics to be widely recognized globally as a holistic alternative to the current destructive neoclassical growth economics. It was thus that he was assigned the role of strategy consultant to the board. At the same time, he started producing video programs called Climate Matters with other members of IC, such as Philip Long, Madhavi Venkatasan, and Stanislav Chmelev at the COP23 talks in Bonn, Germany, in 2017. And he got IC to become an observer party to the UNFCCC-sponsored climate negotiations. In 2018, at COP24 in Katowice, Poland, the student had the rare opportunity of introducing Greta Thunberg to the assembled world press. He discovered her in Sweden shortly before and took her to Katowice, become friends with the girl's parents, Svante and Malena. From there, Greta became a worldwide success, as all of you know. Well, IC owes Stuart this meaningful discovery, and he never made a point of introducing himself as Greta's promoter. Already second, at COP25 in Madrid last year, he did not carry out any more activities with her. We desired, however, to take Greta to the IC 2020, which was scheduled for Manchester. I even talked about it with her father, Svante, but Stuart's mediation was basic in the case, and it couldn't happen. In Rome, November 2016, we spent 2 weeks to carry out our conversation project with the Pope and Cardinal Turkson. We visited the Holy See several times, and we took the opportunity to exchange ideas. That was when Stuart's militant warrior spirit became evident to me. We talked a lot about the insanity of economic growth and the destructive role of money in the world. I then introduced him to the book by the late Hans Binswanger, a brilliant Swiss economist, my friend. Money and Magic, a critic of the modern economy in the light of Goethe's Faust, German original edition 1985, English translation, 1994. With his stockbroker experience on Wall Street at Merrill Lynch, Stewart had a lot to say to us. His passage through the Temple of Money ceased in 2008. Stewart broke with this type of economic disaster, promoter, and embarked on a career of service to humanity and life on earth. He has worked tirelessly since that time in an effort to stop the headlong rush of the industrialized world over the precipice of ecological chaos. In fact, his struggle turned to saving life on the planet. One of the points in this regard is his criticism of the type of meeting that IC held until 2018. Mid-19 conference in all. His understanding led to the plea for virtual conference. At first, I didn't adhere to the proposal, but I am now convinced that this is our path. Stewart and Josh, by the way, are right. So this is how I want to introduce Stewart here, saying of my admiration for him, added since the beginning of 2019 for witnessing his struggle for his own life, without forget that his greatest commitment is to fight for life on earth. This is the result of his position to fight money and the abomination that is growth economics. Stewart's heroic warrior spirit and the motto he adopted after he got ill, writing for a while at the end of his message, a quote from Sir Andrew Barton, a 15th century Scottish sailor who gained notoriety as a privateer. Killed in battle and memorialized in English and Scottish folk songs. Fight on, my men. I am hurt, but I am not slain. I will lay me down and bleed a while, and then I will rise and fight again. Of course, Stewart shares the heroic side of the quote without the notoriety of the privateer who uttered it. I am therefore delighted, honored to introduce you to my admired friend and strategy consultant, Stuart Scott. And I finish. Thank you for your attention and wishing you all love. Thank you.
Thank you, Clovis. And if things are working correctly, we should have the video in just a moment.
I'm honored to have been given an opportunity to speak on the first day of this seminal colloquium. I've been urging, pushing, and at times rudely shoving from the sidelines for some years now in an effort to get the ISEE and now the Degrowth Biennial Conference to be conducted entirely online. There have always been objections, even from those who agreed with me in principle. But we, of all organizations, must lead the way out of the old fly to a city paradigm of academic and professional conferences. It was clear that this was in itself a destructive part of the overall paradigm of how our species conducts itself on a finite planet. My closest allies objected that the human interaction over coffee, chance conversations in the hallways, etc., were reasons to continue with the old paradigm. I, in turn, argued that an unlimited number of side video chat rooms could be integrated for those attending virtually to interact in privacy and more intimately than in the hallways of some conference center. The lure of exotic destinations also played a strong part, I'm sure. If one's university would pay the expenses, why not fly to Puebla, Mexico, Reykjavik, Iceland, or Manchester, England for a paid working vacation? We are all subject to these subtle and overt lures and perks. However, in so doing, we have engaged, whether knowingly or unwittingly, in the complacency, as opposed to a conspiracy, of ignoring the effect our actions would have on the very survival of future generations of humanity. That is, our children and all of life on Earth. This willful avoidance of consequences is a terrible price that our children will have to pay, and we who grew up in the age of privilege could ignore for a few years more. Now, with the assistance of our tiny friend, the coronavirus, everything has changed. It cannot be lost on this esteemed audience that the global neoclassical economy and those who rule it, the central banks and their political pawns, are fighting stridently to send us back to the old growth paradigm. They seek to continue the neoclassical war against ordinary economics, as Nicholas Georgescu-Rogan put it. Their strategy will include resuming climate negotiations that bring tens of thousands of well-intended negotiators and observers from around the world to remote cities in an effort supposed to reduce our collective carbon emissions. This occurs despite it being amply apparent that there has been no reduction in the amount or even the rate of emissions since the Rio Earth Summit in 1992, out of which these negotiations arose. In fact, perversely, many nations ramp up their emissions in the years before seminal agreements are expected to be made so as to grandfather in higher baselines. My considered opinion, shared by many, is that the climate negotiations are a fraud being perpetrated on humanity as a cover for the continued growth economic paradigm. I believe this audience is more likely to agree than demur from my conclusion. I call it the annual ritual of kicking the can down the road. The one exception in all this time is the help our little friend COVID has given in disrupting the global growth economy. Now let me get more down to the nitty-gritty in my attack on the neoclassical status quo. It's not just the economic rule book itself that is the game plan for domination of humanity by means of wealth, power, and privilege. It's the very concept and manifestation of that which we call money. And here I use a capital M to denote money, since the term has many minor meanings, but one virtually unknown major one. Money is not just the stuff in your pocket or wallet, the medium of exchange, the store of value, or the claim against future production. Money is a viral meme. It is a body of law, custom, and tradition that passes itself from generation to generation and nation to nation. Money is a non-genetic virus of the human mind, a sort of cancer, like the genetic cancers, which does not realize that with its destruction of the host comes its own destruction. And like its physical cancer cousin, it seeks to grow as quickly as possible. Money has harnessed humanity for its own reproductive purposes. What do most of us do? We work. Why? For money. Look at that very statement. We work for money. It can be parsed in two distinct ways. We work so that we can receive money, or we work at the behest of money. Money has managed to write itself into law so that for most corporations, at least in the economically dominant nations, the prime directive is the financial bottom line, the maximization of shareholder profit. If there's a decision to be made that will preserve the habitability of Earth, such as the abandonment of tar sands, exploitation that despoils huge tracts of virgin forests for eons of time, but will reduce financial profit to the corporation, the CEO and management must, by law, make the decision against the natural world, the biodiversity of the area, and the rights of indigenous peoples who have cared for the land from time immemorial, but who bear no legal title to the land. Even should they bear title through some treaty with the European invaders or their descendants, the treaties are abrogated under the collusion between corporations and the supposedly democratically elected or appointed leaders. Money rules. Communist regimes like China and fake democracies like Cambodia need not go through the formalities of congressional or parliamentary abrogation. Cryptocurrencies do not solve anything. They just make the problem more intractable, removing from the light of day the passage of huge fortunes in a way that makes Swiss bank accounts irrelevant. They also permit further domination of humanity by the powers that would be masters. But even the masters are under the control of money. Even abominations like Donald Trump are under the complete control of the meme of money. Just think about it. He's been promoted to the position he's in by the meme of money, precisely because he's complete servant to his master. He can do nothing else. He's incapable of empathy, kindness, conscience, or compassion. He's the perfect servant of money. And it is his own enslavement to money and power that has driven the United States into the position of having about a quarter of all COVID infections on Earth, while the US population is well under 5% of the total population. I'll boldly assert that if humanity cannot change the meme of money and its neoclassical economic playbook, then we're doomed. We may already be doomed to societal collapse, but we may also be doomed to extinction due to the lag time between our destruction of the ecosphere and the resulting inability of humanity to grow food in the current frozen polar wastelands, which will gradually assume temperatures for half the year within which our species might otherwise survive. To clarify this point, the Summit supercomputer at Oak Ridge National Laboratories in the United States predicts a blue ocean event to occur in the Arctic within the next 3 years, and perhaps as soon as this year. This anticipated event will mark the flipping of the reflectance, or albedo, of the Arctic from net reflector to net absorber of incoming radiation. At that point, planetary heating will accelerate markedly. The inevitable result will be that the only habitable zones will become the extreme northern and southern latitudes, where rocky boreal forests have not developed sufficient topsoil for agricultural use. I'm not an academic per se, and I don't have a research paper to present. My work might be classified as observational science, and I refer to myself as an eco-social strategist and systems thinker. It's said that I'm a skilled communicator of complex scientific and technical information to open-minded people of moderate intelligence of all ages. I hope I've made some sense and left some lasting impressions in this highly intelligent and academically accomplished audience. Thank you for allowing me to present my considered observations, gathered over several decades, and the conclusions I've drawn from them. They are part of the legacy I leave behind, as I am suffering from a form of cancer from which I am told there is no remission. So besides the chemotherapy and dietary discipline, I am left praying for a miracle. In closing, I will express the hopeful prayer that we in the combined ecological economics and degrowth communities learn this lesson deeply and never again fly to a city conferences. When and if the age of COVID passes, local gatherings with low carbon footprints can provide all the contact we need, since indeed we are a social species. These local gatherings can be digitally connected to a hub, as we have amply proven is both possible and preferable. Again, thank you very much for my opportunity to present these thoughts.
Thank you for making that presentation possible, Clovis. And we will obviously thank Stuart for his thoughts and contribution at what is clearly a very, very difficult time for him. Did you want to take questions or comments? In a few minutes left, I think we can do that. Or shall we just leave it there as a statement that is perfectly sufficient by itself? Okay, I think nothing's come back. I think in that case we will end the session there. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to everybody for staying for this. We will see you tomorrow for the 3 sessions on arts. Thank you very much.